Everyone loves my bear, folks. Everyone loves the teddy bear. Look, see, you're on camera, Oz. Oh. Oh, nothing's changing. Just we're on the feed now. Oh, everyone loves the teddy bear. The teddy bear is fan service. Oh, you are Ossington. You are the unofficial mascot of DisInfosec. That's a good question, Maura. Did he crash DisInfosec or was he crashing during DisInfosec? Well, Ossington is notorious for sleeping like 5 days a week. So, maybe you were crashing during DisInfosec. And Larissa is like, bears can crash anything they want. I love you, Oz. And Jess is like, oh, I'd like to warn everyone that I have a cat, so she will interrupt my presentation. A barograph? I think you're being asked for an autograph, Oz. Okay, so we're still, Rin Oliver's presentation was supposed to go on until, we'll go on until 12:50. Kieran Oliver is going to have to truncate their presentation if they can work out the technical issues. If not, at 50 after the hour, we've got Jess Schultz on call exhaustion, tight ropes, and you. So that's 12:50 Eastern, 11:50 Central, and 9:50 Pacific. I guess at this point, do we decide that there's going to be no presentation this year from Kieran Oliver? Because if that's the case, I can kill time. I can discuss my book. We've got until 12:50 Eastern, 11:50 Central, 9:50 Pacific until Jess Schultz goes on, and we know that they're ready to go. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to Twitch. Yeah. We can have you go right on. Right. Okay, Chloe. So Jess is ready to start presenting right now. If you want to do that. You see them in the Zoom room? Oh, Kieran is still attempting to join. Okay. If this was the Muppet Show, I would be Kermit the Frog right now. So how often did Kermit the Frog have to compensate for Miss Piggy ruining, what was going on with Animals Band or other chaos behind the scenes of a live variety show? So I'm in the Kermit the Frog role right now. So Kieran is attempting to joining. So I appreciate your patience. Oz? Oh, Moira's got a Muppet monster named Herbert. Yeah, we'd love to see Herbert. Oz, you think you might get like a few more Twitter followers out of this? Yeah, so it's twitter.com/Ossington the Bear, OSSINGTONTHEBEAR. And he tweets stuff about you tweet about being a teddy bear, right?
Yeah, I tweet about being a teddy bear, and I tweet about AC/DC.
Yeah, you love AC/DC, don't you?
I love the AC/DC.
Aw. People, yeah, look at you. You love the attention. You love the attention. we're still waiting for Marin Oliver, so. Oh, so Chloe prefers alternating current, I think. I think you're talking about the rock band, right, Oz?
That's a funny joke.
Okay, so we got my attention hog teddy bear. So feel free to tell the audience how much I drooled on you last night. Where do I drool on you, Oz? Oh, it's not. Oh yeah, it's not Ozzy. Thank you very much, Riker of all trades. I've been messing up my teddy bear's Twitter address. It's Ossington, OSSINGTON_bear. Oh, Kieran's closed again. You know what? We're going to put Jess on. Let's put Jess Schultz on. Jess, they're in the waiting room. Yeah. Yeah, I think Chloe's going to put Jess Schultz on. Jess is going to present on-call exhaustion, tight ropes, and you. So I.
Ooh, I'm on screen. Hi, Kim. I'm gonna rely on you to tell me if my audio is okay. All right, looks like we're good. I'm not too loud. And the fun part about this is that I get an echo from Zoom and Twitch, so I'm probably going to close the Twitch. Okay, so let's share screen here. Desktop 1, oh goodness. It's a new laptop and it requires all of the, we're still doing technical difficulties, folks. I got on stage and we're still doing it. My goodness, 1 second, please. And thank you. It's that thing where Mac requires you to restart Zoom, but you don't actually have to restart Zoom. You just have to give it permissions. So, nope, we're doing this one and share. Okay, are we good, Kim? Can you tell me in Zoom? Because I closed the Twitch because I kept getting echoes and it scared me. Perfect. All right. So let's go. Oh no, you're seeing the other one. Oh, Keynote is a disaster occasionally. Nope. We're switching to the other one. This is my problem with using Keynote as a person. This is my toxic trait as a person. There we go. Yes. And I will move the Zoom thing. Where is my mouse? We still have audio difficulties, everyone. This is awful. Thank you to Kieran for being gracious and letting me switch. There we go. All right. So this is on-call exhaustion, tight ropes, and you. I am full of caffeine. I have black lipstick everywhere, and it is a wonderful Saturday afternoon. I'm excited to be here, and it is my first talk in a couple of years. So I'm not actually going to give you a talk. I joked on Twitter that this is a formatted info dump. For people who are autistic, you're very familiar with that term. It is basically you sharing things that you care a lot about. I just happen to put this one into slides. So this is why it's basically hurting us all as people, but especially disabled people in InfoSec. So something I have been trying to do a lot lately is adding land acknowledgements. So I'm not going to read the whole statement of this, but I would like to acknowledge that Minnesota is unceded native land and that Minnesota has taken land of great historical, spiritual, and cultural significance to Dakota people. And I would like to acknowledge the damage done to Anishinaabe and other indigenous nations as well through systemic forced removal of communities and the unjust seizure of their land. This talk was written on this land. This is something I've been trying to incorporate more into in my presentations and my talk, so thank you. Why are you listening to this talk? What is this talk? This talk, info dump formatted, is basically me having a lot of feelings about on-call and being disabled, and I want to tell you about them. So our agenda for today is a little bit of background info. I'm going to tell you why I'm doing this talk, a little catharsis for people who have been on call and have feelings about it, and some salt in their hearts. We're also going to talk about why InfoSec faces unique challenges in hiring in general, but also for disabled people for on-call roles. We're going to give us a little hope for the future and a lot of cat pictures, like the one on the right side of the screen, which is a very grumpy looking white and orange cat in front of a window. Who am I? We've talked about why you are here. Why am I speaking to you about this? My name is Jess Schulz. I am non-binary and I use a variety of pronouns, but usually I prefer she, her, or they, them. Feel free to use either. I live in Minneapolis, Minnesota, or unceded Anishinaabe land. I have so many disabilities, which is kind of why I'm talking about this today. I have fibromyalgia. I have weird, rare autoimmune disorders, of which I'm like the 80th person in Minnesota to have a couple of them. It's weird. I'm databases. They've presented my case at conferences. It's fun. I also have a variety of mental illnesses like depression, OCD, anxiety, CPTSD, and PTSD in different situations. I have scoliosis, basically a medical disaster. I'm currently a backend engineer at Pantheon, but I am secretly an InfoSec person. I've worked in security before, I've worked on-call security before, and I have a lot of feelings about security and how to make it more accessible for developers. It's usually what most of my talks are about. You can find me online at Twitter at Jessica_Schulz, SCHALZ. I'm also on Polywork and Medium at Grem, GREM. It's a play on gremlin because I'm a little internet gremlin that's going to cause havoc on all your networks. Oh, and the picture on the slide is me looking sassily at a camera, kind of like, oh, you, at another conference in which I was giving another security talk. So the also mandatory cat picture, this is Pseudo. Pseudo is my cat. She is my dear garbage child, and I love her so much, and I would suplex a train for her. And she is this little calico baby. She has the biggest little haunches, and she has the shortest little front legs, and she likes to lay next to me while I'm cross-stitching, which is what this picture is of. What is the problem I'm specifically talking about today? On-call in any industry makes people sad. It is exhausting. It is often not done well. It is often done out of necessity, not choice. And that makes it very difficult for people to feel like they have autonomy and rest in their work. This is especially common as someone who grew up as the child of an HVAC worker. I watched my father get out of bed basically every night at 3 or 4 a.m. because a nursing home wouldn't have air conditioning or heating during the middle of a very hot summer or very cold winter. So his work was very dire. So there wasn't really a choice in what he did or if he could tune alerts or anything. On-call is brutal in every industry. InfoSec has some unique challenges and nuances. The state of InfoSec currently is complicated. The breadth of knowledge you need in InfoSec spans everything from application security and code to social engineering, which is very, very people heavy. And to assume that we know all of those pieces and we can address all of those pieces as one person in incident response is foolish. We face an employment shortage. Like Kim said in her book, it is not a talent shortage. It is a failure to obtain and retain employees and train them well. InfoSec also has some cultural issues, which a lot of people know. The one that I would like to talk about specifically today is our habit of hazing new people in InfoSec. We like to make their lives miserable because if we had to suffer through the horrors of beginning in InfoSec, so does everyone else, I guess, which is so bizarre to me, but is something that I've noticed in industry across fields. So InfoSec plus on-call, we have complicated, not enough people, so everyone's overworked, everyone's tired and exhausted, and we have cultural issues where we make our own lives hell. And we have on-call, which is problematic across every industry, and we combine them into a sad and stressed out mess. But so far, that's just me saying things. I haven't given you any data or sources. So you may be asking me, okay, but how does that problem actually affect people? And this dog in this picture underneath that question looks so done with everything, and he has a coffee between his little paws on this chair. He's the cutest little chocolate lab. And he gave me the best face to justify my own answers in the previous slide. And those answers are that these studies have been done since like 2004. The ones that I'm referring to today are from 2012. We have effects of on-call work on all being, results of a daily survey. This was actually IT workers. It was something like 31 IT workers, I think they were Danish, and all of the results were saying things like results showed increases in irritation and negative mood and decreases in social activities and household activities and low effort activities. No effects were found concerning the secretion of cortisol or the stress hormone, but conclusions, flexible work schedules like on-call work may have effects on well-being. The mere possibility of being disturbed by calls shows negative consequences regardless of whether the employees are actually called in or not. So even just be the awareness of being on call can stress people out and increase irritation and negative mood and decreases in activity like social life or family life. We also see things like how being on call after work hours can do serious damage to your mental health. The feeling that you can never truly shut off will put you in a worse mood. So that was a study done as well. I believe it was all men in this study. One of the things from Shanna Lebovitz in Business Insider, she described it as, sure enough, on mornings after on-call days, participants were typically in a worse mood and their cortisol levels were higher compared to mornings after regular work days. So not even while on call, the morning after, you basically get an on-call hangover. And on the bottom side of this, there is a person who is kind of neutral faced at a computer, a Black person with beautiful braids and the comfiest looking sweater. And there is kind of a 1,000-yard stare in this person's eyes that I really connected with being on call. Other studies include the cost of inadequate sleep among on-call workers in Australia, a workplace perspective. This is in 2018. This is not specifically technology, but we see things like workplace injury for people who have been on call and then go into work again. So over 80% of these workers reported inadequate sleep while on call, and the resulting cost of injury is estimated at over $2 billion per year. There's a lot of other text on the screen, but we don't have to read all of that. Really, all you need to know is that there is also a huge economic cost of workplace injury because of sleepiness, because of on-call. And there isn't an InfoSec comparative to this, as I understand it. But if this is workplace injury, how do we quantify InfoSec economic damage based on this? There's also the relationship of on-call work with fatigue, work-home interference, or WHI, and perceived performance difficulties. So even if someone isn't actually performing poorly, they feel like they are. So the results from this in 2015 our results suggest that it is employees' experience of being on call, especially the experience of stress due to the unpredictability, rather than the amount of exposure that is related to fatigue and the rest of the negative effects. So even just being on call, even if you don't get paged, these feelings still happen to you. And there is a GIF in the bottom of this that is C-3PO with the caption, "We seem to be made to suffer. It's our lot in life." And that connected heavily with me as someone who has been on call. And there's also someone in the top right of this screen. This is a person that is of color. They have a laptop in their lap and they look like they're working and they're kind of looking up at the screen. And I can't quite tell if it's neutral or a frown. And that is, again, one of those on-call moods. But these are studies, and they didn't give me a lot of data that I wanted. So I also asked Twitter, which is what I usually do when I want to crowdsource information. And I wrote a survey. I wrote a Google Forms survey. I'm not a data scientist. I am not a psychologist by any means. I don't know how to write good surveys. I basically just asked a bunch of questions that I wanted people to answer. So I'm not going to purport to be a data scientist here. What I will say is that I asked people if they are disabled, if they are in InfoSec, if they've worked on call, what they liked and didn't like, if like how it affected you. Did it affect your personal life, your life with others, your health, etc.? And what improvements would you make to on-call if you could? And in this survey, I also, for transparency, included a lot of spaces where people could add consent to use their responses and their names as well for credit. A lot of people said that they would actually like to be warned before I put their information in if I'm going to credit them. So I have not credited anyone for the sake of evening the playing field. So these are responses, though, from people. There were 35 replies some people wrote essays. Some people actively wrote essays about on-call in the survey for Google Forms, and I appreciate them dearly. There are very clearly some managers in there. It was great. About 65% of people that responded to this did work in information security. Pretty much everyone in this talk, or everyone in this group of people, worked in like tech of some form, except for like 20-something%. So 80% of people that responded worked in technology. So that's kind of our demographic here. We also have roughly 50% that identify as disabled. Just that's a label they resonate with. But we also have someone who says ADHD, but I don't consider that disabling in the context of incident response, which I thought was very interesting. And we also have 25% of people that had a disabling condition but don't identify as disabled necessarily. So something that disables them in certain forms, but the label doesn't resonate. And the other 25% does not have a disability. And in what roles or fields did you perform on-call and information security? There are so many. Most are incident response, most are management and developers. A lot of people said things like security operations in general, IT support at small companies. If you work IT support at small companies, you're doing everything. That's just how it works. My favorite response in here is network engineer, parentheses, firewalls. I thought that was very fun. So there's a variety of other answers in here as well. And I will share this with the public once things are properly anonymized after this talk. On-call, how we know it, according to the survey responses, there's a lot. About 80-90% of people responded that sleep was affected, food and eating were affected, personal hygiene, household tasks, physical health, mental health, relationships. One person said not much really, and I appreciate their honesty. And then one person said social interactions and being able to actually interact with people without being pulled away for work, which I thought that resonated with me too. A couple responses in quotes: frequent sleep interruptions depending on the specific company and rotation, physical and mental health disruptions in part because of lack of sleep, and in part from unpredictability. Household tasks fall by the wayside as work takes over more of my life. Breaking my sleep schedule breaks nearly everything else. It's near the root of the dependency tree for functioning. That's a cool tech metaphor. And the other one is relationships languished, friends and partner, so romantic and social, or platonic. Lack of work-life boundaries and toxic work environment cost me a lot of time I could have been growing as a person. That's very real to me. That is something that a lot of people talk about in terms of mental health and being able to balance how much stress they're under at work and then how much stress they can actually use, like how much energy they have in their brain to take care of themselves. What about interpersonal effects? So not just yourself, but with other people. A lot of people said day-to-day professional work was affected, romantic relationships were affected, friendships. By far, the most people said social life. That's 82% of people, or 83 if we're rounding up. Marriage was affected, family and children were affected, and roughly 24 people said scheduling appointments, like medical or otherwise. Those are also very fair too. I remember being very concerned about therapy when I was trying to schedule those and also be on call shifts. So I would have to schedule overrides for other people during that time. Some examples, my family and marriage is affected because anytime I get a call, my spouse has to take over whatever I'm doing, cooking, giving kids a bath, etc. We're very egalitarian in sharing household tasks, equality. But when I'm on call, he gets a disproportionate amount of household tasks while I deal with calls, and that's stressful for him too. So it's not just the person on call, but the people around them that are affected. I avoid social life and interactions while on call. You can't really go to the movies, theater, and even dinner, or just grabbing coffee is no fun if you have to rush out and sit there with a laptop doing work in other people's company. Not being able to sleep as well when on call makes handling normal interpersonal interactions more difficult, whether that's colleagues or family or friends. And in possibly the most succinct answer here. Oh, that's Chloe. Yeah, Kim. How did that happen? And possibly the most succinct thing here is it's hard to be present when you're tired. When you're tired, it's so hard to just be awake and around and listen to people and think. Just think. Critical thinking is so hard when you're tired. But there's more. During the survey, I really didn't ask people if it had affected them long term. And I got so many responses that told me it affected them so long term. Like there were things that years later they were still affected by this. So a couple examples of those are if they hear a ringtone in the middle of the night, I still wake up in the middle of the night and go from 0 to 60, and I haven't been on call in years. So that adrenaline and panic response is still in their brain. Or there's ringtones that sound like ringtones I used for work, make me jump, or phantom vibes. You have that feeling of your phone going off in your pocket, even if it's not and you're not on call. But what if you're being paged? Oh God. So that hyper awareness and hyper alertness is very real as well, like hyper vigilance for on call. I have done this in grocery stores. Whenever I hear a PagerDuty alarm in a grocery store, I turn around to give the most empathetic nod of my life, like, I understand you. I know what you're going through, and I'm sorry. The Wi-Fi and little tables are over there. I've done that in a Caribou as well, Caribou Coffee. I would be remiss to not mention the on-call selfie as well. This was a very fun thing for people who were on call, fun being debatable. But it would honestly be remiss of me if I didn't mention the hashtag on-call selfie thing of Twitter. I think Alice Goldfuss started this. If I didn't, I'm sorry. Or if I get that wrong, I'm sorry. But there's Alice Goldfuss's tweet of, okay, I'm up, and it's hashtag on-call selfie, and it's Alice staring at the screen like, I'm awake. Excuse me. There's also Joshua Zimmerman, or the Jabberwocky on Twitter, which is board game night at a friend's place, on-call selfie, assisted by Unicat. And it's Joshua on screen, smiling at the camera, clutching a cat, wearing a unicorn costume, which was very cute. And then Aditya Mukherjee, the autorific on Twitter, or Chimera Coder. From earlier, my on-call selfie today, it looks like Aditya is in an elevator and doing the traditional Aditya smolder to the Twitter, and it's amazing. But on-call in InfoSec is a little different, and it's a little different in fun ways. So how on-call is performed in InfoSec is usually done by beginners in Tier 1. It is kind of a training by fire ritual where you are put on call. Sometimes you shadow people, sometimes you don't, and usually you are just fire hosing information at yourself to learn. The other things are that sometimes on-call is required by definition of some roles. If you're working in a security operations center, a network operations center, an incident response center or role, on-call is usually just part of the job. It is what you are signing up for when you get hired there in your new role. So that is just a necessity of the field, which is interesting because that's not always a necessity in every field. There are alerts that are incredibly difficult to tune because your attackers are always changing their network advances. They're always changing what they throw at you. So an alert that works 5 minutes ago might not work now. So you are constantly changing alerts, which means that if you are paged for something in the middle of the night, you may be paged for it again that same night, and it's the same problem, and you have to tune the same alert. And it is so frustrating to be awake at 3 a.m. and get 2 pages 5 minutes from each other for the same thing because they just changed a network key or a tag in their request. Ask me how I know. I've been that person. There's also constantly evolving threats developed outside of your control. A lot of people in software engineering in general, or tech in general, will say that part of the frustration of on-call is the fact that other people's decisions are making your life hard. Like if someone develops something on a Friday and deploys it and they're like, I'm going off to weekend, whatever. Sometimes infrastructure and network people are just stuck with the fallout of that. But what's different about InfoSec is often the threats or alerts and source of alerts are not even close to people that work in your company. They are often people totally outside of you and you have no control. You can't ask them for more information. You can't look at their code. It is totally different and you just have to guess sometimes what to do. And that is also very difficult. So those are some interesting challenges InfoSec has to face with on-call. But how does this affect being disabled? I've talked a lot about on-call, a lot about how it affects people in general. But this pug in a blanket in this picture looks sufficiently confused as to say, but how does this affect being disabled? There are a couple different answers I got that I think really summed it up well, but this is probably my favorite. Maintaining my disabled or chronically ill body is a delicate balance, generally struck by maintaining a routine around getting my needs met. Interruptive activities result in pain spikes, loss of sleep, migraines, and other physical health impacts, which then negatively impact my mental health as well. I have been this person. When I don't get sleep at night, my fibromyalgia flares, and then I get brain fog, and then I get migraines, and then I can't think straight. So then if I get another page, I'm stuck, and then I have to escalate anyway because I can't figure out what's going on. So the delicate balance of me getting my medications correct and taking those on time and getting enough sleep and getting enough water in a day and hopefully not dealing with a flare from another part of a week last week while I'm on call this week, or just general body things that might happen during that week, regardless of pages, is in itself a dance that I do every day. And interruptive activities like pages breaks that balance entirely. It is something I cannot control, and it will ruin that balance entirely, and my body suffers for it, and my work suffers for it. So I firmly believe, this is like the wordiest text on this slide, bear with me. InfoSec is currently critically wounded by on-call. I think we're doing it wrong. I think it's hurting people. On-call, as we know it, destroys people. If it isn't done intentionally and constantly improved and iterated upon, depending on individuality of each employee and team and project, it burns people out. And InfoSec is already notorious for burning people out because we are overworked and underpaid and everything's complicated and we haze people. So if we're also facing employment shortages and disabled people are entirely removed from our group of people for candidates, we are removing roughly 26%, according to the CDC, of people who could be are disabled in the US, and even less of that is willing to go into InfoSec, and even less of that might fit your company and your role. So we are limiting our candidate pools and retention. So not even just people who could be hired, but people who stay or people who are forced into on-call for some reason. So even if they were hired and they didn't do on-call at first, and then they were forced to do on-call because now we're in a pandemic and everything's broken, we are losing people and not keeping them. We are having a hard time keeping people in InfoSec. I've talked to a lot of people who refuse to be in InfoSec at all because they've been burnt out so poorly. So this is my thesis of the day. This is my InfoSec hot take. InfoSec on-call is broken and it breaks people too. Here's the catharsis slide. If this is what you have been waiting for, it is here. This is the salt that I received in my survey. Not all of it, but some of it. Here are some examples of some vitriol people have towards on-call that kind of justifies my point. As an industry, we choose to burn engineers over documenting, automating, and truly fixing things. It's always for the most menial bullshit. I'm on call for systems that I don't actively develop on, making dinner only to get paged and have to not eat it while it's hot because of incident. On-call is a broken process run by people who refuse to improve it. And no freaking help desk calls to the urgent line just because some of us have those skills. My other favorite ones in here were actually ones that I didn't include because the person did want to review before it was put into a slide. One of them mentioned that on-call had specifically been weaponized to burn a specific employee out so that she was fired later. There were also people who would just put people on week-long on-call things, like 24/7, and then not give them any breaks. That, to me, speaks to a broken process. So this is my catharsis slide. Everyone may enjoy that salt. How do we fix it? The feeling I get when I think about how to fix on-call is this Elmo on fire gif. He just speaks to the sky like, kill me. That's how I feel whenever I think about fixing on-call. But there were several improvements that I asked of people to add in the on-call survey. For instance, a lot of them revolved around rest, like mandatory rest periods after on-call periods. So a week off or a day off or something. And someone mentioned specifically, give them a day off PTO and no cheesing it by using the weekend. So don't end your things on a Friday and then assume Saturday and Sunday off are enough. Also give them Monday off or that Friday off. Explicitly define structure for on-call expectations, scheduling, and sequence of team member outreach in the event of an incident. This to me falls under rest because you can relax knowing your chain of escalation, and you can relax knowing your expectations and schedules and figuring out what exactly you need to do at any given time. No calling people on PTO. That is a hard improvement. It's a hard line, and everyone should follow it regardless of crisis. If you are on PTO, no one should be able to contact you. Delete PagerDuty off your phone. And provide time off in lieu for any day with a high severity incident. For out of hours, immediately remove the individual from rotation after awoken by a pager and incident is handled. And provide at least 1 month between on-call shifts if they are doing out of hours. And we'll talk about that a little bit in a second. So making sure people get enough rest between rotations as well is very important. I mentioned we talk about it later. We're talking about it now. Follow the sun. Almost everyone mentioned this. The amount of people who mentioned follow the sun and the fact that we do follow the sun is the only reason that I get sleep and the only reason I can do on call. For those unfamiliar with the term, it means that you are only on call during working hours, and then afterwards, someone else takes over, or you cannot be paged afterwards. I think the Kubernetes security group does this, if I am remembering correctly. So follow the sun whenever possible, so people aren't getting woken up. Off-hours triage by coworkers in distant time zones who are awake anyway. So a lot of this requires globalization. So this isn't necessarily for small companies, but it does work. And I believe it is helpful to have 24/7 coverage through Follow the Sun. This is the easiest way to get 24-hour coverage without burning out all your employees. Autonomy and enablement. This was something that really spoke to me. Over communicating so that other people can follow your information as well. Never impose notification characteristics for people on call. Don't tell them how to get alerts. You will just suffer for it. If you want someone to alert a specific way, you're going to suffer if you don't. Being in a place to say no to what things I can be paged for was very interesting to me. It was an idea of, you can tell people, do not page me for this. I am not knowledgeable. I cannot help you. I do not have the permissions, but you can page me for this thing, which I'm very familiar with and I've worked with before. That I think is very, very cool. Scoping on-call responsibilities to be closely aligned with what responders can actually reasonably do or own. I think this is basically the idea of creating a more explicit and more reasonable tier structure for escalation. And probably the most innovative idea that I got in this survey that I really, really love, and I would really love to see if I'd like to hear about if people are doing this, is give everybody a certain number of on-call slot credits each quarter and let them sign up for whatever weeks they want instead of using a rotation system. I think this is just kind of a grab bag. Like, you tell people, here are the on-call slots that you need to fulfill out of a certain number of months or weeks or whatever, go for it. And then you just kind of figure it out with your teammates. Here are the weeks I want, here are the weeks you want. Great, we're going to figure it out. I'm going to take 2 this week or 2 this month. I'm going to have no on-call next month. I'm going to take a vacation. Bye. Like, that to me is so cool. I am so into that idea, and I would love to know more. If people have done that before, tell me about it on Twitter or however you want to reach me. I would love to know more about that if you're doing it. The other one is compensation. A lot of people mentioned, pay me more. I want more pay if I'm going to be on call, because that is not just work hours. That should be more than my base salary, especially if people are forced into it after being hired and it wasn't an original role expectation. Some people call this pager pay, overtime, on-call comp, what have you. This has been going on for a long time for people that do on-call outside of technology, and I think we should start doing it in tech too. My own improvement suggestion that I have a lot of feelings about is that playbooks need to be improved. I call it the 3 a.m. migraine test. If I can't perform a playbook or diagnose an issue at 3 a.m. when I am tired and half asleep, or when I have a migraine and I have brain fog and I can barely see, that playbook is not good enough. It needs to be as automated as possible. It needs to be integrated with alert systems and logging and metric systems and telemetry. And most importantly, it needs to be performable from a mobile device. If I could figure out something, a playbook in bed when it's 4 a.m., I've been woken up, I get an alert that says like Heartbleed is attacking your system, and you know you don't have Heartbleed, but you're confused and scared, and it's 4 a.m. and everything's bad and it's dark. I'm not about to scramble out of bed to run to my laptop in a different room, because I don't keep my laptop in my bedroom. I'm not sleeping next to my laptop. I have work-life boundaries. I want to be able to perform diagnostics from my mobile device. I don't know of any good solutions for this. If you do, let me know. I just have a lot of feelings about it, and I really do think you should be able to perform it from your phone for accessibility reasons and just for ease of use. But it's not all bad. A lot of people like on-call, and that startles me as a disabled person. A lot of people say it feels good to be calm under pressure and help a system heal. A lot of people say the sense of accomplishment is nice, but in casual shade, that's not much in the face of an actually healthy overall life. Some people say it's really empowering. You get to do a lot, learn a lot, and work with new people. One of my favorite answers was that people get to meet other people on different teams and make connections. And that was a really cool thought for me too, because you get to learn a lot about distributed companies. Some people say that ADHD is actually the perfect form of neurodivergence for on-call, which I kind of agree. You're jumping around all the time. Things are very fast and there's a lot of adrenaline and you're rushing everywhere, and it's clarity rather than kind of the dull monotony of a daily life, which I kind of get. My favorite, I don't know if this is salt or not or shade, but I resonate with it. I like knowing how brittle the systems can be. Me too. I like that too. That's the end. This is my gentle hope for the future. This is my catharsis and salt. This is my special interest in on-call. I want to improve it for people and I want to make it better for disabled people. According to the curb cut effect, if we make it better for disabled people, we make it better for everyone. So everyone should be invested in this. So thank you to every disabled person, every person on call, every person performing incident response, you are heroes. Every person fighting to make on-call suck less, also heroes. Every person watching this talk, hello, Twitch. Every person making their workplace more accessible, I see you and I love you. And every person fighting for personal and professional justness in the workplace. Follow your heart, follow your morals, do what you need to do to ethically live your life under capitalism. Thank you to Kim for organizing DisInfosec 2020 and your grace and your cool head under technical difficulties. You're doing wonderfully. And thank you to you personally, looking at you in the camera. Thank you so much for listening. And I'm so excited to see the future of on-call, and I hope we move forward in the future and make it suck less. So thank you. That's all I got. So thank you, Kim.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much for your presentation, Jess. Yeah, to me, making too many positions require on-call sounds like an abuse of capitalism to me. Like, how can we squeeze more productivity out of the workforce? So, yeah, I'm very lucky. I work for a European company, Hack the Box, and we are not expected to do any work on our days off. So, working for a European company that respects your time off for the win. But that might not be your
Yes. All right. Am I good to leave the Zoom call?
Yes. Great job. Thank you,
right.
Jeff.
Thank you. All right. Then I will see you later, Kim.
So we have Rin, because Rin was having technical difficulties, we still have some time. Jessica Tubbs is going to be on at 1:30 Eastern, 12:30 Central, 10:30 Pacific. Jessica Tubbs' spin class of Neurodiverse Hackers Guide to Career Advancement. That's not on until 30 after the hour. We've got 21 minutes, and I am going to take these 21 minutes to honor Ren, because they worked really, really hard on their presentation. It really sucks when you have sudden technical problems, and I think you folks deserve to see their presentation. So I'm going to make sure that I have their PDF. Yes, I do. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to share my screen, and I'm just going to read Kieran Oliver's presentation for you. Consider this Rin Oliver's proper presentation. So we're just going to share screen here. All right. Look at all the hard work they put into this. Leveraging neurodiversity in InfoSec. So, and if you want to follow Rin on Twitter, their handle is KIRAN_OLIVER. So I highly recommend that you follow them on Twitter. So this is Rin. So they're a technical community builder at Camunda, multiply neurodivergent, non-binary and disabled. And yes, so please follow Rin on Twitter. There they go. So most autistic adults would really like society to move beyond autism awareness to acceptance and inclusion. And that's a quote from Lundmilla and Paslova, who is a PhD at SHRM-SCP. And that is so true. Like, awareness could be like, be scared of those people, right? So flex those skills. You're awesome. Tell the world. So what are you good at? So these are some things that a lot of neurodivergent people are good at. Pattern analysis, planning and scoping projects, communication, documentation, how-to guides, walkthroughs, policy, etc. Highlighting your skills can be difficult, but it's worth it. So what can support look like? So from teammates, understanding of how you work best when collaborating on projects, an effort to communicate in the form that works best for you, whether that's email or Slack or some other medium. Flexibility with non-crucial deadlines, clear calls to action when a response is needed, and then from management, learning how to manage and work with neurodivergent employees effectively, educating yourself in the ways that neurodivergence presents in the workplace, understanding that many neurodivergent individuals have had past employment trauma. Oh boy, that's a big one, that's for sure. Like, I'm a very lucky neurodivergent person who happens to have like a really good paying job with Hack the Box now. The company respects me a lot. They know about my ADHD and my autism, but I'm always terrified that I could be fired any moment. And then I learned that no, they're happy with me. They love me. They want to keep me there. But unfortunately, we have a lot of that trauma. We're not all lucky to have only had good employers. And even if we do have a good employer and a good salary, that trauma still affects us. And then communicating with your employee about how you can support them. 85% of neurodivergent college graduates are under or unemployed. So unemployed means you don't have any paid job. Underemployed could be, for instance, someone with an accounting degree who works at McDonald's, or someone with an accounting degree, but they only get to work as an accountant for 5 hours a week. So they're not, and if they're paid by the hour, they're not making enough money to support themselves. So that's what underemployment means. Unemployment is pretty bad too. Yeah, look at all this untapped potential that the job market is not working well with. So how your skills overlap. So we've got pattern recognition, which is useful for threat analysis, thinking outside the box. Yes, that's very useful for pen testing. In fact, you know, a little pitch for my employer and one of our sponsors. Think outside the box is our corporate slogan at Hack the Box. So there you go. Attention to detail. So documentation of CVEs, improved incident reporting, and analytical thinking, which is useful for threat modeling and projections. When our industry employs neurodivergent people, they benefit from our skills and our talents a lot. Tips for interviewing. So it's important to ask questions. This is for the party that's doing the interview, not the interview subject. What accommodations, maybe this is for the interview subject too. What accommodations do you have in place for neurodivergent individuals? How have you designed a flexible and supportive workplace? Okay, this is the interview subject then. Seriously, ask the toughest questions. Ask about psychological safety. Are you hiring for culture fit or celebrating culture add? These are two different things. Yeah, unfortunately, the culture fit excuse is often used to keep marginalized people out of the workforce. So being upfront. So I am neurodivergent and I struggle with some aspects of communication. I ask that you hold space for me during this interview process. Fact. Neurodivergence is unique to you. You are not merely to be tolerated at work. You deserve respect and accommodation. Exactly. Okay, so Kieran is thanking us for their presentation. I think you should contact them at their Twitter account, which is Kieran, KIRAN _ Oliver, OLIVER. I think at user is probably a placeholder there. So, all right. If Kieran is in the Twitch chat, I'm gonna ask. I'm gonna stop sharing my screen now. So, Chloe, is Kieran in the Twitch chat? Maybe they can answer some questions. Are they in the YouTube chat? Maybe they can answer some questions. Thanks, Kieran. Yeah. Okay, if Kieran is not in the Twitch chat, they can't answer questions there. I would recommend asking Kieran questions on Twitter. So that's KIRAN _ OLIVER. And so coming up next at 1:30 Eastern, 12:30 Central, and 10:30 Pacific, we have Jessica Tubbs, Spin Class, a neurodiverse hacker's guide to career advancement. So we've got, I would say, 13 minutes to kill. I'm going to ask Chloe a question here. So I think people want to see, everyone on Twitch is like, I want to see Ossington. You're being summoned.
Hey.
Okay, you know what? You can go, maybe log on to your Twitter and see if there's anyone who wants to cuddle you. That's on Twitter. Okay, I'm going to tell everyone your Twitter address. So it's twitter.com, OSSINGTON _BEAR. So maybe you should go on Twitter and see if anyone's tweeting you.
No, I want to say hi.
Okay. He wants to say hi. Yeah. Okay. So we've got 12 minutes to kill. Thank you, Chloe. Does anyone have any questions for my teddy bear?
I'm watching the Twitch chat. Yeah, I love you too.
Okay. The great and powerful Ossington. See? You got to like, what's your favorite food, Oz?
I like the cookies.
Okay. Your fur smells so good. Your fur smells good. Okay. Good question. Ossington actually, every so often, like once every few weeks, Oz will start asking me if his fur smells funny, and I will offer him the opportunity to go into his own special bathtub where he's got his own special bath bombs, which are Tide Pods.
Are you going to go in the washing machine?
There we go. He likes eating cuddles. Do you like eating cuddles, Oz?
Yeah, that makes any sense.
Okay. Well, if Cuddles were edible, maybe he would eat Cuddles. So we've got 10 minutes until Jessica Tubbs presents Spin Class and Neurodiverse Hackers Guide to Career Advancement. While you folks are here, you lovely people, I am going to recommend that if you can afford to do so, you donate to the disabled people that we're raising money for the event. So I'm going to share my screen again.
I wanted to do the Twitch chat.
Okay, I know, Oz, but I just got to see if we can raise some more money here. So I have donated some money and MongoDB has donated some money. If you want to know how to donate money yourself, if you can afford to do so, go to disinfosec.tech and all the links are here. Ash Gray needs a service dog. Moira needs living expenses help, and Eve Banshee needs a safe place to live. So I'm very proud that our event has able to raise several $100 for these wonderful people already. They could always do with some more help though. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen, and we've got 9 minutes. So we're waiting for Jessica Tubbs to log into our Zoom backend. I think what I'm going to do is, if anyone has any questions for me in the Twitch stream, I will gladly answer them for you.
They want to see me.
Well, okay, maybe they want to see you, but I can answer their questions. Like, you're not running this event. I'm running this event, and like Chloe is like running the technical end of this event.
But they want to see me.
Okay, folks, you got to see. Oz thinks that he's the one that you want to see. We've got 8 minutes till Jessica Tubbs. You're gonna be quiet while Jessica Tubbs is presenting?
Yeah.
Okay. So we've got 7 minutes till Jessica Tubbs. And so if anyone has any questions, oh, thank you, Maura. What is the lipstick I'm wearing? It is Sephora. It's a Sephora brand lip color. I forget the name of the shade, but it's their liquid lipstick. It's the Sephora brand that you can only get in Sephora stores. And I have a very similar lip color in Black Moon Cosmetics as well. That's where I get like most of my lip colors are NYX or Sephora brand or Black Moon Cosmetics, because that's where I tend to be able to find blues and blacks and greens. I don't like wearing conventional lip colors. Thank you, Kaida. Sorry, thank you, Moira. I need more caffeine. I'm mixing people's names up now. Oh, the Jungle Book puns. Yeah. This. Sea Queen. It might be Sea Queen. I'm going to need to go to my bathroom and look at my makeup bag and actually read what the names of the colors are. I also really like Manic Panic Cosmetics. I have some of those as well. They've got some unusual colors. This is a toy that my boyfriend, Jason Smith, got me for Christmas. It's a stim toy. It flashes. It's very stimmy. I've done a lot of very serious cyber threat intel research while playing with this little flashing thing. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Chloe. We've got 5 minutes. We're still waiting for Jessica Tubbs. So I think Rin Oliver made a lot of excellent points in their presentation. If I was in their position and I had everything set up and I worked so hard to create such a beautiful presentation, and then when I logged into Zoom, I had technical problems and I couldn't present, I would be absolutely mortified. So I'm really glad that we were able to show Rin's presentation, and I'm really sorry that Rin couldn't present their own presentation. So technical issues, folks, sometimes it happens. When you host a live online event like this, you always got to be prepared for the unexpected to happen, just as we plan for business continuity and disaster recovery and cybersecurity. So, yeah, I mean, the tech world really needs neurodivergent people. Okay, so I'm being told that Jessica is asking for some additional time. I can always fill up additional time. I've got lots of additional time for you folks. So you know what? We've got people in the Twitch stream. Some of you are experienced cybersecurity professionals. Some of you may have never worked in the industry before. If you've got any questions for me on Twitch, feel free to field them to me right now, and I will answer them while we wait for Jessica to be ready. So, Oz, you wanna like, how did I get my first job? That is an excellent question. Many years ago, I got some very basic CompTIA certs. I got the A+ in Security Plus and Network Plus. And I applied for a job for remote tech support, and I did get that job. That was in the 2000s. That was like in my 20s. That was a lifetime ago. And I would close like 30 support tickets per day on average, and a lot of those were malware problems. So I got into removing a lot of malware from a lot of computers, and then I started writing about, I caught the bug, I started researching cybersecurity, I started writing about it online, a few years of doing that, and I got the attention of Tripwire and Venafi and AT&T, and I started writing for them. It's very important to tweet your writing a lot. That can help get the attention of tech companies. It took years for me to start getting paid enough money that I could make that a full-time job. Now I actually have like a proper full-time job being Hack the Box's blog manager, but the path from making no money from writing about cybersecurity to making a little bit of money to making like the really good income that I make now, that was not an overnight success. That took well over a decade. So it's not a typical path into the industry. And honestly, I would hate to go through it all over again. I'm so glad that I'm on the other side and successful and secure. I don't want to go through all the hell and the risk that I had to go through all over again. That was brutal. That's like a difficult section of a video game that I don't want to replay. So what do you think of Hack5 gear? Well, Hack5, not only do I have a SharkJack, which is one of the devices that Hack5 makes, Hack5 has supported some of the Capture the Flag competitions that Hack the Box has hosted. So I can pull out my SharkJack if I can find it in my desk drawer here. I'm ADHD, so I have a very messy desk drawer in my office. I know my Hack5 device is in here somewhere. They're very small. At least the Hack, yeah, here we go. I love Hack5 products. So I'm a big supporter of Hack5. This is the stuff that came with my SharkJack, like a little pouch. I have stickers. I have some Ethernet accessories in here. So Hack5 makes devices that can be used for penetration testing. An example is I have a SharkJack. With a SharkJack, you can physically connect it to a network that you're penetration testing, and see if you can infiltrate the network, kind of like a man-in-the-middle attack, but with a physical device. SharkJack makes a lot of other devices for cyber exploitation, like their Wi-Fi Pineapple, where you can intercept someone's Wi-Fi access point. I think, if you buy Hack5 devices and you test them on your own network, you have every right to exploit a LAN, a local area network that you own. Yeah. Mora likes a rubber ducky. You have every right to try to cyber exploit your own computer, your own local network. If you own the computers, you can do what you want with them. If you're a pen tester, your employer or your client will give you permission to do certain things on their network. But if you do things on someone's computer or network that they did not consent for you to do, then that is highly illegal. And I strongly don't recommend you do anything like that. So, okay, so Lira has a question, a bit of an odd question, but how much time per day would you try to allocate for training if new to InfoSec? A factor is currently working a full-time job in an unrelated field. That is an excellent question that lots of people who want to enter the industry tend to have. If you sign up for Hack the Box's pen tester training, Lira, you can play around with our hacking labs and our pro labs and our vulnerable machines and take our HTTP Academy courses in your own time when you have the time around your busy job to do it, whether it's an hour a week or 5 hours a week or whenever it fits into your lifestyle, you can do it in your own time. If you're using Hack the Box or you're not using Hack the Box, you're using other ways to learn about cybersecurity. Obviously, you need to have some sort of life. You need to have some sort of life around work. I would say at least take a couple of hours each week to try and learn and educate yourself. There's other resources like Code Academy. There's reading books, there's joining IRC channels, there's joining hacker groups. You can't eat into your work time, obviously, because you need that income to pay your bills. And also, you shouldn't be on your non-cybersecurity job or training for cybersecurity, 24/7 every day. You need some time to yourself for the sake of your mental health. So I would say the best advice is try to take a few hours per week if you can. If you're too busy, if you're too tired, if you're not in the right headspace, then don't try. You can't learn properly under those conditions. Give yourself a break. And that's the best advice that I have. Yeah, cut TV out of your life. Well, yeah, I mean, you can cut TV out of your life. That can be a big distraction. But if you need TV to relax, if you need, Netflix or your favorite shows for the sake of your peace of mind, you need to have some fun time during your week as well. So it's a balancing act. Yeah, Mora, you're like a lot of us. You're like a lot of us. We don't have a old-fashioned cable TV subscription anymore. In fact, my condo comes with free cable TV, and I don't even use it. I don't use the cable TV service here. I use the internet and I use electricity. And that's about it as far as services going through a wire is concerned. So yeah, I mean, I think the only people who watch conventional TV these days are older people or sports fans, because you're dedicated sports fans who can't miss a favorite game on TV from your favorite sports team or in their favorite league. The cable TV market has a captive audience for them. A lot of sports fans are younger people who would love to watch all their favorite football or hockey games online, but they want to keep those people as paid TV subscribers. So if not missing a game is really important to those people. They can't be cord cutters yet. Older people might not want to change their TV viewing habits. But the vast majority of the rest of us don't have cable TV. I don't have cable TV. And, honestly, that industry is panicked about that. Yeah, Netflix is great. Actually, I subscribe to a lot of YouTube channels, and sometimes, like my favorite Twitch streamers, I generally know when they're going on, but my favorite YouTube channels, sometimes they'll go on live, and I think there's no reason why this needs to be a live broadcast. I am so trained out of the idea that I got to stop what I'm doing to watch something because this is the time that it's playing, that, sometimes it annoys me that when YouTubers decide to stream their new video, when their new video is just going to be on their channel anyway to watch for as long as they have that video on their channel. So, and okay, sports fans. The reason I would be called up for an emergency repairs while working as a cable technician. This is Lyra Moore on Twitch. Some amazingly angry people when they can't watch other people throw a ball around. Yeah, I never understood being a sports fan. I think with the way my neurodivergence works, there are times in my life that I tried to get into it. Like there's a stereotype that Canadians are obsessed with hockey. But I'm one of a very few Canadians who, I don't care about hockey at all. I tried to watch hockey games, baseball games, football games to see what all the hype was about. And I couldn't even follow what was going on. Like the ball just it flies. And at least I know the rules, I guess, to hockey. And what's the other sport that's kind of like that, basketball? I don't even know the rules to American or Canadian football. Like people have tried to explain to me the rules to football, and I don't even know what's supposed to be going on during the game. I know at least for hockey and basketball, you're trying to keep the ball away from your team's net and into your opponent team's net. And I understand baseball, there's always going to be a team that's on the infield and on the outfield. And if you're on the outfield, you're trying to prevent the team that's playing infield from making home runs. So I can understand football. I could never understand even what the rules for football were. But yeah, for me, the ball, it goes all over the court faster than my eyes can follow it, and I just never understood what the big deal was. So I've never been interested in sports. Yeah, but I mean, I could never get into sports. I wasn't into physical fitness until I learned that I could be in the gym and pursue fitness activities on my own. So now all of my physical recreation is a solitary pursuit, like lifting weights in the gym or doing aerobics or spinning on a stationary bike. I couldn't get into being physically active until I found ways to do it solo. I could, yeah. That's and I feel for you, Maura. I hate fitness because of the dude bros at school. Yeah. I think gym class scared a lot of us away from ever being physically active. Like how math is taught in school. It teaches us to hate the subject and to never pursue it as an adult because we only associate with trauma. Yeah, Farah, when you're talking about football in Brazil, you're talking about what they call soccer in the United States. Yeah, people die for it. Yeah. Yeah, the competitive aspect of a lot of sports and a lot of physical activity is not very neurodivergent people friendly. Chloe, is Jessica Tubbs here yet? Because Jessica was scheduled to start presenting 10, just popped on. Okay, good. Okay, so Jessica Tubbs is 10 minutes delayed, but now they're here and it was well worth the wait. And I thank you folks so much for your patience. So I'm gonna turn off my video feed and my audio feed, and we're gonna let Jessica Tubbs present her presentation, Spin Class, a Neurodiverse Hacker's Guide to Career Advancement.
Okay, can everybody hear me and see? Oh, yeah. There's somebody else talking. Oh, what a day. So hopefully it's going to be an excellent presentation. This is definitely going to be interesting. I'm still flustered. Is everything that can go wrong went wrong? But you know, first presentation at a conference, so that's going to happen. All right, let me. Well, I guess before I share my screen. Thank you. I don't know how loud that is to y'all. So, okay, good to stop. So my name is Jessica Tubbs. I currently work as a security administrator at Kforce, which is a staffing agency, recruitment agency thing. For a global enterprise, it's global, it's really huge. My background is in information security engineering, network security engineering, network operations center, help desk. I've done pen testing contracts and a lot of GRC, cybersecurity engineering, a lot of GRC. And so today I wanted to do a spin class. So let me go ahead and share my screen. And I did this in a funky way. I really do not enjoy PowerPoint. So we'll see if y'all like that. I am going to need Kim's help on this because I need some audience participation on this because I want some questions. I'm going to be taking notes, as you can see, to basically kind of build out kind of a PowerPoint presentation as we go. And then I can make the copy available to everybody. But yeah, so here's my splash page for my PowerPoint presentation. I just screenshot that and decided not to continue with PowerPoint. So Spin Class, a neurodiverse hacker's guide to career advancement. And yes, I have my CISSP. And I will cover why, because in no way do I want to be a manager or continue in GRC. And I didn't when I got the CISSP. So, oh, and there's my Twitter and LinkedIn. And there's a little thing, solving problems, putting out fires. I thought it was clever. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Chatting. Okay, you can share Twitch messages here. Okay. And any YouTube questions or something? I don't know. Hopefully I will notice them. So basically, Spin Class, what I wanted the point to be is how to promote yourself. There's a lot of things that I found especially difficult to understand, even given like all the tons of guides and articles and how-tos that are out there, just because the way it was phrased and the terminology and the way the concepts were presented, it didn't make sense to me. And it took me an extremely long time, large amount of time. It didn't take me a long time because I put a large amount of time into it in a short period of time. But yeah, it was a lot of effort to try to figure this stuff out. So hopefully y'all can, find it helpful or gain something from this. I do want to give a standard disclaimer. This is from my personal experience. So it's based on my personal context. That's one of my favorite words is context. So depending on your context, you might either need to tweak or change some of my suggestions or what I've done and the ideas I present, or they may not work for you at all. And that's a huge thing I have about so much advice that's given out nowadays is it totally does not take context into account whatsoever. Should I get a degree? What should I get a degree in? Should I get certifications? And then tons of people pitch in with answers. And I'm just like, well, what do they want to do? Nobody, they didn't say what they want to do. It's even something as basic as that. It's I refuse to give advice on that little of information. It's because I don't have enough information to properly give advice. I can only share what I did. And that's generally what people do. So yeah, if you're seeking advice, first, please Google it. If you're asking somebody a question, Google it first. I've had so many people, and my earbud fell out. It's okay, I got another one. I have had so many people ask me what CISSP stands for. Google can tell you. Now, I don't phrase it that bluntly most of the time, depending on my day. But yes, so please, Google it, research it if it's a little bit more, in depth. And whoever you ask your question or advice from, present what you've already tried to find answers by doing. And not only will you'll have the person's respect, but they'll also be much more likely to want to spend extra time with you, helping you out, because they see that you actually tried to do something instead of not even bothering to Google it like a lot of people do. So I am #actually autistic, and I have ADHD. So first bunny trail, check. But hopefully, I do strongly believe that all of my bunny trails will somehow be relevant in career advancement or job seeking or, information security or IT or something. So back to SPIN. The context I use SPIN for is kind of like public relations, PR, or marketing term, or even journalists. I don't know. I don't even know if they even use that phrase anymore, but they did in the 90s. So basically, I don't remember what phrases they use nowadays, but it's taking the truth and twisting it to make it to make the meaning ultimately different than what it started out as. So basically, you're controlling the narrative by changing the way somebody is interpreting what is still the truth. You're just restating it. And this was a very difficult thing for me to come to terms with, but it's extremely important. I love honesty. I am just absolute honest. Oh, by the way, the politically correct, like office politics term for it is transparent, by the way. I learned that last year. So I'm extremely transparent and I enjoy transparent work cultures. But like giving the bare bones truth of something is not necessarily the best way to go. And honesty is not always the best policy. When you're tailoring your resume, for example, everybody tells you to tailor your resume. You're actually putting a spin on it because you're taking things out that are irrelevant, you're highlighting things that are, and with that change of focus, the person reading it is interpreting it in a different way than they would the resume that you did not tailor. So you're still being honest. You're not lying. I'm not like from the get-go. We're not talking about straight up bald-faced lies here. But it's social trickery. It's basically using social engineering that other people automatically do, apparently, I learned, to give yourself the best chance and to present yourself in the best light to get what you want. And being neurodiverse, like that doesn't come naturally to me. And I didn't even realize people did that. When I found out, I was like, everybody lies about everything. And my mentor had to explain it to me. Like, so I could come to terms with it career-wise. And he said, you're putting everything you got into advancing your career and you're doing awesome, but you're a hacker. Why aren't you hacking your career? And I was like, you're right. It's a legitimate skill that I'm not using to advance my career. And so I was able to come to terms with it that way. It was difficult. And it's still difficult sometimes because I'd rather understate my skills than overstate them. But that's not what it's about at all. When you're applying for a job, it's not the hiring manager, the people who read your resume, they don't really want to know exactly where your skill levels are at. Ultimately, they want to know if you can do the job, if you can do it well, if you don't need to be handheld through it, and if you work well with their team. That's it. You don't even have to have experience in something. And if you can check those boxes, go ahead and apply for the job and spin your resume and tailor it to show that you are a good fit. And sometimes you have to get really creative because, again, not lying, but getting used to that manner of thinking, because it's kind of being objective from an outside perspective, but also putting on a different persona. So when I'm writing my resume or I'm in a job interview, I don't try to be myself in a way and represent like my skills and my talents and my experience in a way that is most accurate to me to see if they will decide whether or not I fit. I represent everything in a way that I believe would fit. It gets sorry. This gets a little trippy to you first. You represent it as yourself, but it's not yourself. You represent yourself as a candidate that would fit the role. So that way, because I know a lot of people who've had the same issue of understating their skill set because they don't want to overstate their skill set because they've worked with so many people who overstated their skill set and had no business working at the job at all. And it was a nightmare. And so they don't want to do that to anybody else. But a lot of people actually straight up lie on their resumes. And it's kind of scary. Like I do a lot of volunteer mentoring and yeah, a lot of people lie on their resumes. So again, I'm not saying we're lying when we're spinning, but if other people, if it's expected that you're going to be overstating your skills and that some of it is going to be lies, then they're automatically, like whoever's reading your resume is automatically going to take off like, you know, maybe 30% or more off the top as to how suitable you are if they're used to those types of applicants, if that makes sense. So you have to make up for that gap, because if you're being 100% accurate or if you're understating, they're going to put you even lower. Hence the spinning. And I'm going to give examples. Oh, wow. I wasn't sure if I could talk for an hour about this, but now I only have like 30 minutes left. Cool. So, all right. So let's make some notes here. So let's see. Spin. Honesty is not the best policy, but don't lie. Okay, so an example of bad spinning on a resume that I have read, because they teach spinning on resumes to people in college and stuff. This person had put server monitoring on their resume. And I was doing interviews because I was hiring interns. And I kind of asked very pointed questions to determine the truth amongst the candidates. This one was especially a lie. Going a little bit further, it turned out that the person, like, what type of server was it? It was a web server. How did they monitor it? Well, it was sitting on the floor, and they made sure that, you know, the lights were all on and it stayed on and it didn't catch fire or anything. Don't do that. That's not spinning.
that is not spinning at all. That is a disaster waiting to happen, because yeah, that's a lot. And then an example of a good spin. Sorry. Okay, say, let's see, you've only done something one time, but it was really easy. You know you can repeat it without supervision and not mess it up. Put it on your resume as a skill. You've done it. You can do it again. You got it. Even if you only did it one time, it still counts. It counts as something you're proficient in. You don't have to, like, there's not a certain set number of times you have to do something before you can put it on your resume. Go ahead and put it on there. Like, I'm trying to think of a good example. Like identity and access management. Like if you did that for a day, you were moved on to that team for a day, you helped them out. Or if you run a Nessus scan, that's a better example. That's a vulnerability scanning tool, which is ridiculously easy to use. You run one Nessus scan, or at least for me, you run one Nessus scan, and you got it. So, like, I would put that after, I did put it after running one Nessus scan, proficient in Nessus, because, yeah, I only did it once, but it just made complete sense, and it was really easy for me. So that would probably be a good example of spinning, would be something like that along those lines. But spinning also takes context into consideration as a cohesive whole. Am I rambling? Kim, I'm checking in with you. Am I rambling? Can you pop up in chat? I'm rambling. Say yes or no. Okay. Or maybe I was talking too quiet. So, all right. So that's a rambling overview. Let me go section by section, step by step, the different stages, the different components involved generally. So, spinning personal brand. Oh, let's see. Oh, I'm doing great. Thank you. That's so sweet. I'm not sure if I believe that, but I think you're telling the truth. All right. So personal brand, that's kind of, some people are all about personal branding and some people are not. There's a lot of different interpretations of it. I started researching it and I got a logo. I don't know if you can see it behind there because of the opacity, but yeah, I love my logo. It does not require a logo. These two really awesome people at a conference showed me their really awesome business cards because you can get them made in metal. And that is awesome. And they had their little logos. And that was my first impression of personal branding. And So I was just like, awesome logo. And I kind of hyper focused on that. So I got my awesome logo. Then I moved on. And what it really is, my interpretation of it is how you present yourself consistently to not only the public, but also to your peers, colleagues, and your professional community. So I don't know how many of you watching are familiar with me. My personal branding is Switzerland neutral when it comes to subjects that are like hot issues that tend to have very strong opinions on both sides. I don't dip my toe into that pool. I stay Switzerland neutral. Unless it's something I feel extremely strongly about, like, hey, Black lives do matter. I'm not for murdering people. I did, put that out there because I am not pro-death. I think that's just, yeah, like it's ridiculous that it even needs to be said in this day and age. But I went ahead and put that out there just to make sure there was no question about whether or not I'm pro-death. Like, it's just sad business. But so that's an example of an exception. But it's generally very extreme things that I will make exceptions for. I also am consistently try to share resources and support and mentor others. I don't try to promote myself. I'm honestly not really interested in it. I don't care about follower counts. I don't care about, being famous or something like that. Like I'd rather not be famous, but like being well known gets you places, and somehow I became moderately known. At least people I don't know message me, say that they heard this and this that was really good about me or something. It's weird. I find it weird, but I roll with it because it's a positive thing. I don't get it, but it's a pro, not a con. So I just roll with it. So I try to consistently present my persona and myself as that sort of person. And I'm mindful of it. I don't go off on rants about this or that. I'm very mindful to try to keep it consistent. And I also compartmentalize between my social media platforms. And this is personal branding as well as professional networking. So the social media platforms I use for professional networking are Discord, Slack, Twitter, LinkedIn, and I've even used Facebook. And I mainly do most of my activity on Twitter and LinkedIn. LinkedIn is for my straight up professional side, and Twitter is my more personal side. And everybody I mentor, I tell them, do you have a LinkedIn account and do you have a Twitter account? Because you have to have both for us to continue. Because Twitter is where I've gotten almost all of my connections and references. Like people will message me and refer me to jobs, even if I'm not looking for one. They'll be like, hey, are you interested in this gig? Just out of nowhere. Or if I am looking for a job, they'll message me. They'll ask me for my LinkedIn, because the LinkedIn basically verifies that you can be all professional and stuff, and that you maintain it and everything. So yeah, it's kind of it can be annoying to maintain both. But that's the best use I've seen for both of them, is use Twitter to actually get the connections and grow your professional network, and then use LinkedIn just to show like you're legit or whatever. So yeah, that's the importance of that. And those two platforms are where I use my personal branding. I also use it on Discord. Discord, I mainly do mentoring and much more casual professional networking. And it's where a lot of like project collaborations come up from Discord. All right, let's see. What would the next words be? So if you do that part, that stuff, that is the beginning of you marketing yourself and how you are marketing yourself, who you are marketing yourself as. How they say, get a new job. It's an opportunity to totally reinvent yourself. When you start, chat messages. Set the puzzle piece on fire, because we are not puzzles. But yeah, so figuring out your personal brand or your persona or what have you, and growing your professional network, that's the beginning of you marketing yourself. Then you have to carry that on into the job. Now, learning the professional networking stuff, for me, it wasn't easy. I didn't really know what I was doing at all. I just got kind of lucky, I think. Before COVID, like I was doing face-to-face conferences and meetups and stuff. And I printed myself out some really bad business cards. But hey, I did it. They were just, they were 80s pocket protector style. And I would just throw a handful of them in my purse. And whenever I went to these events, I would go up to a person and I would say, hi, my name is Jessica Tubbs, and I am looking to get into cybersecurity, and I'm supposed to do professional networking while I'm here. So here's my business card. Wait, no, I got it wrong. I would say, hi, my name is Jessica Tubbs. I'm super awkward, and I'm supposed to be doing professional networking. So this is me doing professional networking, and here's my business card. And then I would hand them my business card. Seriously, that's exactly what I would do. And it's memorable for one thing, and I guess it's endearing somehow, because people always tried to continue the conversation. They would try to give me a business card back. We would connect on LinkedIn together. I was really surprised at how well it worked because it was just so dorky. But, I was honest about it, and, I guess it's relatable. I always encourage people to embrace their awkwardness, because anything else, like trying to not be awkward when you're naturally awkward, it's just gonna snowball into a mess. Like early on, when I was trying to take advice from those how-tos and guides I didn't understand, I went on this job interview, and it was a panel interview. It was my first, and it was in person, and they didn't tell me beforehand that I would be interviewed by 4 different department heads, and I had like a year and a half of experience at that point, and it was like, yeah, I was way in over my head. And all I could think of, like, because I totally bombed. I totally froze up, like, freaked out. So yeah, as the interview was ending, and all I could think of was, okay, I have no idea how that went, because they seemed to enjoy it, but they were doing all the talking, and I wasn't really saying anything at all. Much, although I said some stuff. I don't know, but I know you're supposed to like say something that makes them think about you, like being on their team and like joining the company, and puts that image in their head or whatever. So what I like the thought I was trying to communicate was, I look forward to hopefully working with your team soon. What I said, I was so anxious, and y'all, what I said to the guy who would have been my boss, who was, walking me out, and I said it in the elevator, which makes it worse. I was like, I hope I get to see you again soon. Like that. I was just like, I hope I get to see you again soon. And I didn't even realize until like 2 hours later that it totally sounded like I was sitting on it. Like, yeah, the how-to guides did not work for me. So learn from my mistakes, please. Because that was so embarrassing. And he was really old too. Nothing against people who, date with an age difference, but he was grandfather old. So that just kind of, and I look like I'm 10 years younger than I actually am. So that just kind of made it even more weird. Like I was a impending HR disaster issue. Yeah, remote interviews are so much better. So where was I? That was another bunny trail, but I think it was helpful. So yeah, the stuff wasn't working for me. After a lot of job interviews where I was getting lowballed as to what skill level they thought I was at, I redid my resume, and I made it way more detailed, because I had really vague, because I assumed, hey, I worked with carrier side VPN stuff, and VoIP stuff. Like I assumed they would think I worked with the stuff involved in doing that. But no, like after I spelled out the details, immediately my skill level that they treated me as increased a lot. Then I started learning how to spin it, especially the job descriptions that want really weird particular things. And you can kind of tell from the job description it's not really going to be significant to the role. There's like you can get free demo software. There's most of the firewall manufacturers actually have virtual simulations where you can walk through the settings. There's all kinds of ways. I like during the interview, you have to handle it carefully if they end up focusing on it. But if you're pretty sure, like you can go ahead and get the experience fairly quickly. And even if it requires more experience, if it's something like GRC, just read the NIST documentation until you're in tears and take a break and then do it again. And you should be pretty good. Better off than a good amount of GRC people. I didn't say that. Not a good amount, but yeah. So I mean, there's ways to actually get the skills enough to where you can present yourself as that proper candidate. Even if you don't believe yourself to be the proper candidate. But this way, you are not, you're not, what's that word? You're not screwing yourself over before you even give yourself a chance, basically. Because if you don't apply to a job, you're not going to get the job. So even if you don't think that you're qualified, forget qualified. Can you do the job? Read through it. Can you do the job? Can you do it with, a day or two of some effort on your own time? Can you present your skills and experience so it demonstrates that? Then you're good. You're an excellent candidate. Wow, I'm running out of time. There's a couple of important things I need to touch on. I'm sure I got all of them. Because I've been doing this haphazardly and, yeah, I mean, basically, there's a lot of different ways to say it, but it kind of just carries the concept through, your resume, the interview process, your professional networking. Don't present yourself as you see yourself. Present yourself as the candidate you see as being a good fit that happens to match you enough. Because you still want to be yourself, but we are so difficult and hard on ourselves. What was it? Oh yeah, someone asked me if I had VoIP experience, and I was just like, Well, it was only carrier side, and they're like, that's VoIP experience. Like, why don't you have that on your resume? And like things like that. And I was like, well, you know, I didn't feel like I was proficient. And when it comes to proficiency, there is a little thing I put together. If you can do it with the help of Google, whatever, if you can do it with possibly some assistance, but no hand holding, you know, you can figure it out without breaking stuff. You can do it, you can figure it out without breaking stuff. That's the important part, without breaking stuff. Then you're proficient. If you can do it while like half asleep, then I don't remember the office, but then you're like above proficient. Then if you can do it half asleep and drunk, like I don't recommend it, but just as an example, then you're even the next level. And if you can teach it half asleep and drunk, then you're like, you know, sensei, master. Like, just to put it in perspective, because so many people just totally undersell themselves and their skill sets. And then I remember two books I would say. All right, so I told you how I kind of accidentally flirted at the end of that one interview. It was just mortifying. I was really bad at job interviews. I spent 8 months looking for a job, and I had probably between like 2 to 6 job interviews per week over the course of 8 months. And I bombed most of them. So I don't remember the math, but it was like, you know, a couple hundred job interviews. And I bombed most of them. But by the end, I got it. It took a long time, but I got it. Because it was really difficult for me to do the face-to-face interaction because I kept getting stuck in that rut. Because even though I was spinning my resume, I wasn't spinning myself, my own persona, and how I was presenting myself in an interview. Once I started doing that, it was just like a complete 180. It was ridiculous, because I went from, well, I'm a fast learner. Everybody's a fast learner, by the way. They all say that. I can actually demonstrate it from my accelerated career timeline. Which, by the way, if you like writing, do blogs. If you like doing videos, post videos, tutorials, your experience, anything. If you are new and you're trying to get into the industry, like put yourself out there like that. For me, it was certifications because I like taking tests and I like reading reference books and textbooks. And that's why I got the CISSP, because I had 3 years of experience on my resume because I had a 10-year work gap before that, and brain damage that started the 10-year work gap. So that legitimized my resume, and that on top of my newfound persona tripled my income within 2 years. And my time is coming to an end. Yeah.
I have 1 minute. Kim, do I have time to take questions? I think all my bunny trails hit on most of everything. Do I have time to take questions? Are there any questions?
Let me see here. Does anyone have any questions for Jessica?
Is anyone still here? Did y'all follow that?
I think you did great. I don't see any questions so far. Okay, so Kat is ready in the Zoom. Chloe? Great talk. Thank you, Jessica. This will be up on YouTube for people to watch whenever they want, some point after the event. And we learned a lot, and I love to see neurodivergent people like you with the exalted CISSP certification. That's a major
accomplishment. It was really easy. I don't know what the big deal is, but people like
it's expensive and it requires years of industry experience.
I mean, did you change passwords at one of your jobs? That's in one of the domains and it counts. That's part of the spending. Like legit, it does count. Yeah.
Oh, all right, Chloe. Are you ready to put Cat Sweet on?
Thank you so much, everybody.
Excellent. So now it's time for Cat Sweet to discuss dietary accessibility in tech workplaces. So I'm going to kill my
Hi, Kim. Can you all hear me? Okay, cool. Am I sufficiently non-echoey without the earbuds? Okay, I'm seeing, please start. You sound good. All right. Let me pull up. Oh, and I'm wearing my celiac shirt for the occasion. I'm not being trendy. I have the disease. Okay, so I don't have slides, but I will at least share my Twitter handle up front. If you have questions afterwards that I didn't have time to address in real time or in the stream chat, definitely tweet at me. Feel free. So first, content warning and a disclaimer. I will be discussing food and I will be discussing chronic illness. And I live in the US, and so this talk will be US focused just because that's my purview. Some other countries are way ahead of the US in terms of allergen labeling and food safety. And if anyone wants to sponsor me a visa to Canada long term, let me know. So my goal is to make it easier for people to eat safely in work settings and to access the full employee experience. Yes, I said people, not disabled people, because it turns out that, like most accessibility things, the outcomes of providing accessibility tend to be more broadly beneficial. Yay, universal design. So before I dive in, why the focus on tech? Aside from the fact that this is a tech conference, eating at work is certainly not unique to the tech industry. Over the years, I had a number of jobs before my pivot into security. And I've certainly had instances through those of eating in work settings, bringing my lunch to work, office picnics, expensing meals while traveling. When I worked for the University of Wisconsin, their Employee Appreciation Day was everyone gets a free ice cream from the dairy school. But I have never worked in another space where eating food together on the company dime was not only a central part of the work experience, but also a tool for fostering a sense of community and belonging. For those of us with disability-related dietary restrictions, however, this can end up having the opposite effect, becoming a detractor of physical and psychological safety, as well as, in some cases, career advancement. But the fact that we have all of this amazing free food flowing like tap water
means that there are opportunities. This makes our industry incredibly well-resourced to be able to do better by our employees. We have the resources available to improve the quality of life for everyone that we work with. So why me? Why am I talking about this? I am a security awareness program manager at HubSpot, and I am part of the 1 to 2% of the population that has celiac disease, which is an autoimmune disease where, as I recently joked on Twitter, my body thinks that gluten is a nation state adversary named fancy beer. And it turns out when your gut is attacking itself, the rest of your body doesn't work as well. So you end up with things like brain fog, fatigue, joint pain, nutrient deficiencies. This topic is near and dear to me, not only because I live it firsthand, but also because as a security professional, accessibility is important for security to build trust. Thinking back to previous roles pre-diagnosis, where I would run internal security trainings and workshops and order catering for them, I had so many missed opportunities to be more inclusive with my food budget. My job is to help the business succeed by building bridges between security and the rest of the company. So if my operations are hindering psychological safety, I'm effectively undermining the mission of my security team. We all have an amazing opportunity to build psychological safety by not only providing good security service, but by being mindful of our colleagues' needs as whole people. And I'm not alone. We're not edge cases, even though we're typically viewed as such. So a few stats on that. I mentioned 1 to 2% of the population has celiac disease, and it's heavily underdiagnosed. Offline, I would be happy to rant about my multi-year diagnostic process with the It's Just Anxiety industrial complex. Aside from that, 5 to 10% of the population has food allergies, 0.5% of adults have type 1 diabetes, 8.5% of adults have type 2, 1% have Crohn's disease, 4 to 15% of the population have autoimmune diseases overall, which encompasses celiac, type 1 diabetes, Crohn's, ulcerative colitis, but others may have other anti-inflammatory dietary needs too. I have friends with fibromyalgia, lupus, rheumatoid arthritis, who are all on some form of restricted diet to be able to manage their symptoms. And there are some amounts of overlap between some of these, but the point is, we're not as edge casey as we're treated in terms of our food needs. While you might not have thought of some of these as disabilities, remember, eating is an activity of daily living. It's necessary for survival, and our ability to do that without a detriment to our health and safety is impacted in one form or another. So we're going to talk about some of the ways to make this essential activity more accessible in our tech industry jobs. While accessibility to disability accommodations is often left up to each of us as individuals to seek out, and sometimes there are a lot of hoops to jump through, we're going to set our sights instead on creating more accessible defaults at an organizational level. So we'll go over some of the foundational basics, some of the pipeline process, your actual settings, and eating together as a group. So some basics. These are foundational things that aren't necessarily specific to folks with disability-related dietary restrictions, but again, it turns out that most disability accommodations are things that have the potential to be beneficial for everyone. And these basics are also things that you can make public and easy to figure out, which will help encourage disabled prospective employees to apply, because trust me, we're looking very hard at what working for a company is going to look like. And the more that you can make that apparent up front, you'll save a lot of people a lot of time with being able to streamline that, figuring out the mutual fit. First, fair and transparent pay. This was a common theme in a few other talks too. Life is often more expensive for those of us with dietary restrictions, not just because of potentially higher medical bills, but non-perishable and processed foods often have to go through more rigorous safety protocols and certifications around shared equipment and removing cross-contamination. So they often end up costing more. Or companies just know that they have a captive audience and so they can rack up the price. And other things like produce and meat that may be less of a common allergen are things that are more expensive by default. So pay us money, please. Tell us how much you're going to be paying us. Remote flexibility and schedule flexibility is one of the biggest things that you can do as a disability accommodation. And I'm so annoyed at how many offices are shoving everyone back to an office before the pandemic is even over. Not only does remote work allow us to be close to our own kitchens and our safe food and our own bathrooms, but it gives us more freedom to be able to ride the waves of our disabilities. For those of us in particular with chronic illness, we're never going to be 100% symptom free, no matter how much we stay on top of managing our symptoms. We're going to have periods where we're low on spoons or we're having a literal shitstorm. So it's much harder to manage our health from an office than from our own home. Good employee health insurance and disability insurance obviously go a long way. Beyond the basics of those, if your company offers any kind of wellness benefit, sometimes I've only seen this extend to a gym membership. So I would encourage you to expand your definition of what wellness can mean. So consider covering things like CSAs, meal prep kits, dietitians, things that make it easier for your colleagues to afford eating safely to sustain themselves. Now, let's talk about the lunch interview, which fortunately is not happening as much right now in pandemic times. I'm probably going to say this in some form several times during the presentation. The absence of an ingredient does not guarantee the presence of safety. Tattoo that on your forehead. Pre-diagnosis, I went through a handful of lunch interviews as both a candidate and an interviewer. And honestly, I used to get excited by not only getting a free meal out of it, but by introducing a visiting candidate to favorite lunch spots. On the way out the door, I would usually very diligently and politely ask, by the way, do you have any dietary restrictions? And I've gone through multiple workshops on interviewing people inclusively, but it didn't even occur to me until later on just how much of a loaded question this is and how much it opens up the entire interview process to bias and how the lunch interview itself can invite bias. If you have disability-related dietary restrictions, it becomes a calculation between hunger and having a reaction, and neither one of those is a good option for being able to be present for your interviews after lunch. So why are we doing these? The two main arguments that I've heard in favor of the on-site lunch interview are both things that we can find great alternatives for. One is, well, we need to make sure candidates get lunch when we bring them in for an all-day on-site. Do we need to bring them in for an all-day on-site? All day is a long time to be on for so many people, not just disabled people with dietary needs. Consider whether it's actually essential to your interview process. If you absolutely need to bring people on site, shorten the day. We'll let them be on their own for the meals that they need to eat. Most of the on-sites that I conducted in the before times included at least one Zoom interview anyway. So why does the candidate need to be in an office to interview someone in a different time zone? The other main argument that I hear is the real worldness of it. Lunch interviews show how people will treat wait staff, whether they'll be rude, what they look like when their guard is down, how do they handle going out for business lunches, all of that. But we go through an entire lineup of behavioral interviews asking, tell me about a time when, and waiting for the STAR method. All of these conversational scenarios to gauge a candidate's character, their values, and their skills. Why are we zeroing in on the lunch interview as the one real world, real-time scenario? It's not people's job to eat food in front of us. So why are we making that the thing that can make or break an interview? In effect, making someone order food in front of you has the potential to set the candidate up to look difficult. If you bring me to an unfamiliar restaurant that I've had no time to research, I'm going to ask for the manager. I'm going to ask a lot of questions of the wait staff, and I'm going to request very specific pared down meal, like, hey, can you bring me a steak with just some salt and pepper prepared in a clean pan and some vegetables on the side with nothing on them? If they bring me a salad with croutons, I'm sending it back. I can't eat a salad with the croutons picked off because crumbs are enough cross-contamination for me to get sick. What I'm doing really is trying to protect my safety and communicate my needs clearly. But to an outside observer, I just look like an asshole, and I'm not getting that job. So I'll say that if you do insist on conducting lunch interviews, do extensive research in advance on some allergen-friendly restaurants. There are apps out there that can help with this, like Find Me Gluten Free for gluten, and other restaurant finding apps for other allergens. But be prepared for conditions to change. Especially now, supply chain issues can lead to a lot of ingredient substitutions or relaxing of allergen protocols. And also this does mirror how we actually have to go about finding restaurants. So welcome. We use a lot of executive function. So lunch interviews aren't happening as much during the pandemic, thankfully. And I hope that doesn't change. Millennials, we've killed bar soap, we've killed napkins. Let's kill the lunch interview. This millennial would very much like that. So when people have a job, let's talk next about the office. As I mentioned, remote flexibility helps immensely, but that's also kind of like me saying, just patch it. We can't always get that exact perfect foundational scenario. Some people might need to be in an office. And honestly, some people, even if they have a dietary restriction that's disability related, they may actually prefer working from an office. And so they should be able to do that without it being a huge insurmountable obstacle. Again, the goal is to make the full employee experience accessible. Turn every opportunity to be othered into an opportunity to be included, rather than paring away the opportunities. So before we even get to the office kitchen, let's take a tour through some of the other facilities considerations. Think about what your policy is on service dogs, because this is not only good for people who have mobility or vision needs. Diabetics use them sometimes to help monitor their blood sugar. Celiacs and people with wheat allergies or the gluten intolerance can also use them. One of the co-hosts of the Celiac Project podcast has a gluten sniffing service dog, which is so cool. And if I weren't allergic to dogs, I would be training one right now. Make sure that you have fridges that actually have room for employee food and aren't just packed to the gills with LaCroix all the time. LaCroix does not have calories, and any calories for your employees are better than no calories for your employees. You want to make sure that you have space set aside for people to bring their own safe lunch foods, and in the case of type 1 diabetics, store their insulin. If you have first aid kits around the office, put Benadryl in them. This is really helpful for people with food allergies. Obviously, if they're having an anaphylactic reaction, they might have an EpiPen with them, but even if their reaction is more mild, Benadryl is really useful. Easy access to bathrooms is critical. I have worked multiple jobs where there was not a bathroom on the same floor that I was on. And I mentioned the literal shitstorm before. And yes, this does happen when you have a digestive related illness. Also in the bathrooms, consider what kind of soap you're using. Oftentimes the boring ass corporate soap is safer than some stuff that's all natural and organic, but is also made with nuts or milk. So, office snacks. First of all, if you do have an office and you have the budget to, I would still recommend providing some kind of snacks if you can, rather than just saying we're not going to have, not everyone can eat our snacks, so no one can. You can make safe options available. There are a lot of ways to do that. And having snacks around is really useful, especially if you're in a role where you have a lot of meetings or you're on call, and sometimes you just need a quick bite. So some ways to think about this. Think in terms of Venn diagrams rather than individual restrictions, because for some of us, dietary restrictions are a package deal, buy one, get 7 or 8 free. As a personal example, quite a few celiacs are also lactose intolerant because gut damage can damage our ability to produce lactase. But there are a lot of top allergen-free brands out there. So those are good options. I have props. So a few of these, and they list the things that they're free of, like eggs, milk, soy, nuts. So like 88 Acres chocolate protein bar. That's it. Fruit snack. Free to be sunflower butter cups. These are basically like Reese's except with sunflower butter instead of peanut butter. Sun butter, individual sunflower butter cups. Chomps meat sticks. These aren't billed as top allergen free, but they're gluten free and free of a lot of other stuff, and they're no sugar. It's great for diabetics. So things like that. If you're a larger company with a cafeteria in the office, I've never worked in a place like that, but I've been in a few of them before I was diagnosed for lunch interviews and just meeting up with friends. At the very least, make sure there are alternate ways for employees to eat lunch. Because again, just because something isn't in a dish doesn't mean it wasn't cross-contaminated somewhere along the way. Learn about supply chain security and you'll be an expert in food safety. But if you've come to the point of being able to provide this great cafeteria for your employees, consider additional training for your kitchen staff on allergen safety, how to prevent cross-contamination, maybe having some things that are clearly labeled and prepackaged, set aside. And yes, prepackaging is okay. It's a safety concern. The decimation of the planet is not on the backs of your disabled employees. So we've started to get into the realm of eating together. So let's talk about team activities. When team bonding activities revolve around the shared experience of eating or preparing food, like taking a cooking class, decorating cupcakes, things like that, exclusion can occur. So make sure people have a space to safely voice concerns, and make sure opportunities for connection and career advancement aren't always solely tied to sharing meals or alcohol, but that's another show. And please do not surprise people with food. I asked before I started my new job, since they will send new hires a box of swag, is there anything edible in this? Just to double check, because I've had edible swag show up before. It was not helpful. I had surprise cookies show up for a team event once. And even though I wasn't diagnosed at the time, I would have been very upset if, after painstaking efforts to get all the gluten out of my kitchen, a box of gluten showed up. You're never required to disclose dietary restrictions to managers and peers, and they may never fully understand your specific needs. So managers, please trust your people and give them some agency rather than making assumptions around their dietary needs. Get curious rather than going into fix-it mode. One way to sort of level off the playing field for employees around team events, we actually did this early on in my new job. There are some services where you can buy everyone a snack box, but let them customize what they actually can put in it. And then they have a box of snacks for a team event that you're going to have together. I think this platform we use is called Snack Magic. I'll have to check. But there are a bunch of dietary restrictions you can sort by, and then you can pick out exactly what you're getting on works time. And another way to do this is expensing meals. If you have corporate cards, that's even better, but I know it's not a thing everywhere. Those of us with severe dietary restrictions are often left with limited and more expensive meal options. So one of the things I'll say on expensing meals is take what you think a typical lunch should cost and double it. That's your baseline. Make sure meal expensing can include grocery stores, just in case there are literally no restaurants around for us to safely order some food from for a remote team event. And make sure that it can allow for flexibility in buying several meals worth of food at once if, say, you're traveling for work. I'm not going to dive too much into work conference travel, because that could be an entire other talk on its own. But I've been on security conference staff in one form or another for almost 7 years, and I'm happy to consult with people who are conference organizers on food safety considerations if you're considering providing food for your attendees or your staff. But one thing I'll say from the company side is for work travel, make sure that your hotel booking and expensing policy allows for lodging with kitchens. A lot of times, even if we're traveling to a big city that has a lot of dietary restriction friendly eating options, they're not necessarily going to be close to where we need to be, and they may not deliver. We may be limited in time. So it's helpful for us to have a space where we can prepare our own food. And don't assume that if a work conference does offer food to attendees, that we won't still need to expense a meal then. Venue catering can't always guarantee no cross contact. So to bring it all together, the fact that I'm talking about expensing snacks and business travel may sound really, really bougie. And yeah, the tech industry is kind of bougie in a lot of ways, but it's also an indicator of the resources that our industry has to be able to do better by our disabled employees. As Jess Schultz put it in their talk earlier, eating is at the base of the dependency tree. I really like that analogy. The bottom of Maslow's pyramid is another way to do it. All this to say, food safety is not a first world problem. So my call to action to each of you, whether you are just an industry peer, somebody who is a people manager for someone with a dietary restriction, disability related or not, if you are responsible for ordering food for your work at any time, you don't need to let the perfect be the enemy of the good. Identify one thing that you can change that will have a positive impact on the well-being of your colleagues or direct reports with disability-related dietary restrictions. You don't have to be perfect in all of this and change your entire org every night, but doing the work is an awesome step because we have the tools to be able to do that work. And eating safely and having a sense of belonging are among our most basic needs of survival. And our best work happens when those needs are met by default in the spaces we share and we don't have to beg for them. So, ready or not, here we come. And since I finished a few minutes ahead of time, I'm happy to take questions. I don't know what the best format to do that is. Oh, another thing I wanted to mention, since I didn't mention alcohol in the workplace, one of the reasons I didn't is there's a great talk on that already. My former manager, Jamie Tomasello, gave a talk on that at 2018 in Black Hat, at Black Hat. I think it's called Holding On for Tonight, Addiction in InfoSec, something along those lines. And Jamie talks about experience being in recovery from alcohol use and being in the alcohol-soaked security industry. So for that, I'd highly recommend watching Jamie's talk. Kim says, I can share Twitch questions here. Okay, cool. And if not, please tweet at me. I'm happy to be a resource. I know what I've shared isn't entirely comprehensive, but it's a starting point, and I would love to hear what your office has done or what's worked for you. No questions so far. Okay. Well, if not, I can always end a couple minutes early too. Kim has a question. Fire away. Kim, if you're speaking, I can't hear you. Oh, how should employers approach employees with the dietary needs question? Can you clarify? How should a boss ask an employee? How should employees are never required to disclose that. And I think that's kind of putting them on the spot, honestly, to ask them so directly. But what I would say is the best thing you can do as a manager is try to build trust and psychological safety to make space for it to be okay for an employee to disclose that. Do you think it's discrimination if an employer provides treats but not for someone who's lactose intolerant? I'm not a lawyer, so I using the strict sense of employee discrimination in terms of legal things, I'm not the right person to ask that. But I think regardless, one thing to bear in mind is, there's like, for a small business, sorry, I lost my train of thought. I have ADHD too, by the way, because there's the high comorbidity of brain stuff and gut stuff. Discrimination is a tough one because I don't know how much of the definition of it comes down to the actual intent versus the impact, and intent does not excuse impact, but I don't know. Suggest language around requesting a dietary stipend. Yeah, I like that one. I think the thing to keep in mind is, again, that equal opportunity to have full access to the full employee experience. So I think get into kind of hair splitting things, but yeah. For a small business, any potential approach like the Snack Magic box that would be affordable. Depends on your budget, but I think one other thing too is there are, is Kelly Braun here? Is there brands out there that are not necessarily super expensive that you can certainly buy that aren't necessarily going to break your bank in terms of, sorry, I'm getting distracted. Sorry, am I over my time now? I can't tell. I don't remember if I had till 2 or till 2:10. Okay. Sorry. I'm for the small business question, I'm not entirely, I think it depends on what your budget is, and figuring out options that work within your budget. And so I don't know, but if you're, I guess I would say there are different ways to approach making sure everyone can eat that don't necessarily involve spending a lot of money buying people snacks. So again, going back to basics, like making sure they can work remotely, making sure that buy Visa gift cards. Yeah, those are great. And honestly, I would recommend like some of the prepaid cards rather than like gift cards to specific like delivery services, because sometimes delivery services can be limited in your safe options available, and also a lot of special notes for dietary needs can get lost in translation if you're ordering things online those way. But yeah, just having some kind of stipend for people to be able to buy their own food would be cool. But also you could pay them more money. The food issue is tough for people with eating disorders too. Yes, this is a big one. And this is another thing where especially the lunch interview can be really destructive because you're putting someone on the spot and evaluating them on their performance of doing something that may be really traumatizing for them. Yeah, religious needs. Yeah, I once referred a friend to a job that was open at the place I was working at the time. And this person was an Orthodox Jewish, and I discovered that pretty much the only place in town that offered kosher food was the Chabad house on campus, and it would have been really tough to bring them for an on-site interview. So yeah, again, with the theme of accessibility tends to have a beneficial impact way beyond disability. Yes, no more work parties with necessary booze. Yeah, never force anyone to drink ever at all. Yeah. But there are so many ways to get creative with your various team bonding activities, and there may be some that are more exclusionary to certain people. It's why having that ability to anonymously and safely speak up and share your particular needs is really important. Like I remember a previous in-person security team activity at a previous role. We ended up like having a team activity during an internal tech conference and splitting the afternoon into two groups because some of us were doing an escape room. Some of us really had aversions to escape rooms for reasons of like claustrophobia or things like that. And so I don't remember what the other group did, but there are infinite things that you can do together as a team socially that don't revolve around food. All right, cool. Since there aren't any other questions, I will turn it back to Kim. Thank you so much. Again, feel free to tweet at me. For those who are just listening and not have the screen on, I'm just holding up my Twitter handle, The Sweet Cat, and that's cat with a K, Kilo Alpha Tango. Thanks.
Hello. So we are back, and it looks like our next presenter, Kelly Braun Johnson, is already waiting. We might have them present ahead of time. Their pronouns are she, they, and IO. I hope I'm not pronouncing that wrong. So Kelly's presentation, which is scheduled for 3:20 Eastern, 2:20 Central, 12:20 Pacific, but they might go a bit early, is Cyber Safety Program for Autistic People. And I see that Kelly is there, and thank you very much for taking time out of your day. I don't think people will mind if you start presenting early. So I'm going to mute and stop my video, and the room is yours, Kelly.
Wow, okay, great. Thank you. That's perfect timing. So I'll get my slides up in a second, but thank you so much, Kim and Chloe, for doing this. Thank you for having me here. I just want to start by acknowledging that I'm in Geojaga, which is colonially known as Montreal. This is the unceded territory of the Haudenosaunee and the Ganagahage. And so since Truth and Reconciliation Week is coming up next week, I'd like everybody to kind of take a moment and recognize the land that we are on, who we're sharing space with. And I'll say Shekhan, which is hello in Mohawk. So if you can also get familiar with the languages that are spoken in your area and maybe learn a few words, I think that goes a long way to steps towards reconciliation. I'll give you a visual description of myself for those who are blind or low vision. I am a light-skinned Black person. Like you said, or like Kim had said at the beginning, my pronouns are she and they, and in French is il. It's a combo pronoun that's like il and elle together. I have very, very short but wavy in the front, dark brown hair, and I'm wearing a white blouse with like a t-shirt kind of blouse, and my background is blurred, and I'm wearing headphones. So let me go and find my presentation and make sure that it's actually at the beginning. There we go. And like some of the presenters that already came before me, I'm not great with Windows and PowerPoint. I usually use Google Slides, but for many different reasons, I'm on this platform today. So I'm not even sure how to put this in present mode, but hopefully that's okay. So let's get to it. So here's my little intro again. So I'm actually an autistic self-advocate. I'm also hard of hearing, and I'm the parent of an autistic child. So I'm also the author of How to Parent Like an Autistic. And the whole reason that I got invited to create this curriculum, this ASD cyber safety curriculum, was because of the work that I've been doing as a consultant for not just autism, but all disabilities in the business world. So I actually consult with businesses under another firm called Completely Inclusive, where I teach them how to be more accessible, more inclusive, and more accommodating. So it's diversity, equity, and inclusion, but with the added accessibility as well. So why did we do this? Because nothing else like it exists so far. In the process of making this curriculum, I did start to find some other schools or other groups or companies that were doing something sort of similar. They would do cyber safety courses for children, but my focus and the point of this whole program was not just for children, because autistic people grow up. We don't stay children. So it was really important that it had a focus that was, not a focus that was not paternalistic, but also available for all ages. Because again, we grow up and there's different needs that we have as we age. I am now actually taking my courses in restorative justice, and I have a very big concern and focus about keeping autistic people out of carceral institutions. So as far as I'm concerned, most people don't belong in prison. And I think there's a minority of cases of people that maybe need a prison system. But I feel that most cases can be handled with the restorative justice process. But all that said, I really think autistic people have the worst time in prison. There's a lot of discrimination for why we end up there in the first place. And a lot of the times it's because we are not explicitly told certain rules. And, a lot of autistic people, I don't want to speak for everybody, but we're really good at rules and laws and sticking to things if people tell us explicitly what we need to do and what we need to not do. So part of this program was really to empower us to be able to have that information, to have social expectations and rules explained to us explicitly. So you'll see in some of the content, I cover things like I cover sexuality, I cover consent, because again, a lot of the times, especially if autistic people or people with any sort of disability are attending a specialized school, they don't cover sex ed, and we don't talk about dating and things like that the way that we normally would with other kids, because again, there's this concept that disabled people are these sexless beings, and of course, if autistic people, if they're non-speaking or different things, people have this idea that we don't have empathy. So obviously, we don't have relationships, we don't have sex. Let's not talk about it. It makes everybody very uncomfortable. So that's something that I completely bypass and ignore for this program to try and make sure that I'm giving complete information for everybody's needs and what are basically human needs and understanding. So this project was created with the collaboration of a whole group of people. it was requested by Giant Step School, which is a specialized school here in Montreal that is for autistic people specifically between the ages of 3 and 21. So you'll see in the bottom corner as well, it was funded by Autism Speaks Canada. And I want to address that very directly because I know a lot of people in the community do not like Autism Speaks. I'm not here to share my opinion about that right now, except for the fact that they provided the money, they provided the funding for this to happen, and they did not have their hands in the process or the content of the making of this curriculum. It was 100% created by me without any influence or input other than the money, which came through Giant Steps. So I was not paid directly by Autism Speaks. And so I was given carte blanche to do this curriculum without any pushback, without any problems, without any interference. So it really is all autistic led. And I just want to be very clear about that. It was also supported by Learn Quebec, which is an online, partially online platform for Anglophone students across Quebec. So of course, I didn't do this alone. I engaged with the help of educators at Giant Step School. I worked with a cybersecurity expert from Google. I also spoke to the Montreal Police Force for the cybersecurity department to ask them about the things that most commonly occur. So there's a lot of elements of cyberbullying that we work on for prevention. Of course, I polled other autistic adults and other autistic children, including my son, and a social worker as well. So I basically wrote and created a lot of the content and then had it validated by other experts to kind of just make sure, one, I wanted to make sure it wasn't scary, that I was giving accurate information, but without scaring people. Because again, it's a great age range that I'm looking to serve. But also just to make sure that it was actually meeting the needs of what people wanted and the realities of things that actually happen and occur. So here is Nettie. So there's a lot of thought on my part, I think, that went into making Nettie. Nettie, the face and the body of Nettie was actually chosen out of a group of, we had 3 proposals. I requested a non-binary character. And Nettie was created by a company here in Montreal called Normal Technologies. So I don't know if you've heard about them, but they do make a software that is very, very easy to use for people to make their own animations at home. And for whatever reason, autistic people have been writing into Normal, and parents, caregivers were also writing into Normal to say how much their autistic child or person in their life, and autistic people themselves, who were saying that they love using the Normal software because they can express themselves through it. So a lot of non-speaking autistics will have complete conversations, tell stories, jokes, make their own animations using the Normal software. So it's run by artificial intelligence. The movements of the characters are not controlled 100% by the person who's programming it. It's actually based on the words that are put in. So people will type in the dialogue, and then it will actually move according to certain things. Like if the word why is in a sentence, they'll move and they'll maybe cock their head to be like, why? And it will go along with it. So I had this character, Nettie, kind of created specifically for this program. And again, it was based by vote out of all the different faces and heads and looks. And I just wanted to make sure that Nettie was non-binary in the age range of where we were looking and working with. And I really just wanted to make sure that it wasn't my face as the program. I didn't want to be the face of the program. And I wanted this non-binary kind of character to be relatable to everybody, to be not an authority figure, but more acting like a friend giving advice. So again, it's not paternalistic. And in fact, the first thing that Nettie says in the very first video is, hi, I'm Nettie, and I'm autistic just like you. So I want people to be able to relate to this character and to, watch the videos and not feel like they're being talked down to, or that whatever they're experiencing or they're feeling is, some sort of authority figure kind of telling them what they should do. So I just really wanted a lot of agency and freedom and independence. That was very important to me as well. So we made some goals, and for me, it was about recognizing problematic situations online and how to fix or avoid them. So things like, there's some concepts in there about how to tell if somebody's a good friend. Because again, autistic people, we're not always 100% great at deciphering certain things. And sometimes somebody could be making fun of us. And we don't get that we're not liked or that we're not wanted. There are times, I can even speak for myself, you don't realize right away that you're being bullied. So the program explains things like, how to tell if this is a good friend, and does this person make you feel good? Do you feel good when you're with them? Do they talk to you in a nice way? Are they using nice words? Those kind of things. But I also go into, like I said, I go into dating as well. I talk about phishing and people, catfishing. Do people, are they who they say they are? Or is this person just trying to get money out of you? Or are they trying to get, pictures from you? What are they trying to do? And so again, very explicitly go through these situations and give a solution as well. The idea that sometimes things happen online and we think it's the end of the world. Or we've been in a situation, let's say somebody, I had this case, somebody, told me they were asked for money. They were asked for quite a large amount of money. And if they didn't, the person said that they were going to report them. And they get very scared. So this person thought this, someone's going to come to my house, they're going to beat me up. And for me, I wanted to kind of make sure that everything has a solution, that, if you get locked out of your account, we'll find a way. And here's how to deal with it. And again, very explicitly explain that there are people you can go to. Here's how you can contact a website to kind of, try and get your information back or whatever. But I just really wanted to make sure that people didn't feel like it was the end of the world. So there's also things like how to conduct yourself on the internet. So, what you can do to have good behavior, make sure that you're not bullying as well. And what you can do if it becomes overwhelming and maybe you need to take a break. So there's options there as well. And then I just, again, want to make sure people were independently able to achieve their own goals. So whether that's ordering food and groceries, doing your online banking, socializing, a lot of it was also written directly to parents and caregivers to kind of say, back off, back off, and let your child do what they need to do. And you can trust them to make good decisions and let them be online and allow them that privacy. So some of this messaging is directly to parents to kind of say, you can relax and you should be able to let your kid do what any other, let's say 15, 16, 17-year-old would be doing online, and not get up in their business. So to let us have like a normal childhood, a normal life. So it was important to me that it was as accessible as possible. So it is written in plain language. It is available in both text and video formats with subtitles and in sign language. So it's in English and in French and in ASL and LSQ simultaneously. So it's accessible to a wider audience. It's free, of course. That was the important part, is that it's free, it's online, available for everybody. And then it also comes with memory aids and exercises, because again, it was written in the context of being used at Giant Steps School. However, anybody can use it. Anybody can print out the aids and the exercises and go ahead and do it whenever you want. And the memory aids can be printed out and then like put up near your computer so that you can remember certain things for next time. So I'd love to take a moment to show you the actual site, and I can see if I can get this. And then, okay. And then show you like the first video. And you'll see that I have 800 million tabs open. And I have to make sure sharing is paused. Bring your shared window to the front. Okay, one moment. Let me figure that out. It's telling me what to do, but I have to. Yes, we all have 800 million tabs open. Yes. Okay, let me figure out how to resume it. Nope, that didn't work. How do I go back? Okay, first of all, put that up there. Okay, I'm just going to stop and reshare because I don't know how else to do it. There we go. Okay, that should work. So here's the first video. And I don't know if the sound is going to work, so I guess we'll see.
Hi, I'm Ned. I'm autistic just like you. I'm here to teach you how to safe communicate. It's online. Online classes. But even though there are lots of right, to be extra careful. I'm going to teach you about some sticky situations and what we can do to stay safe. Come along and I will tell you more in the next videos. This is the tip. Watch them over and over again. You get to choose. See you in the next videos.
So you can see from there that that's the other thing I want to kind of take away the pressure of, that it's not a test. It's a curriculum, but it's not some sort of certification program. People can watch the videos as many times as they want, or not watch the videos and just read the text or whatever, and just kind of go with it. Like go and learn from different parts and do it at your own pace and however you want. I know that some people have demand avoidance, so that's why, again, I didn't want somebody to feel like they were obliged to follow in a certain order or to do things a certain way. It's really about learning in the style that works best for you. So that was super important to me as well. Does anybody have any questions? I have, oops. My feed is off, so I can't actually tell. So I'm going to have to rely on Kim to jump in. Let me see. You can see in the chat. Do you have issues about working with Autism Speaks? So yeah, I do. So I do consider them a hate group, but here's kind of why I felt it was okay to take the money. One, like I said, I wasn't being directly paid by them, and they had absolutely no input in the program and how it was done. And so had they been like involved, had they been wanting to check what I was doing and what I was writing beforehand, if they wanted to have some sort of opinion in it, then for me it wouldn't have, I wouldn't have done it. I couldn't have done that in good conscience. I kind of feel that we complain a lot that they're not actually funding programs that we want, or they're not actually funding things for adults. And this was an opportunity for them to give money towards something that was important to me and that was being given directly to an autistic adult, and to a school that was run for autistic people. And so that's kind of where I took it. I mean, and again, I was paid directly by Giant Steps. It was at the request of Giant Steps. So again, because they were so hands off, they literally pretty much just gave the funding. And I was able then to do what I thought was important for a program that was written in the way that is authentic and good to me, and what I hope will be beneficial for the autistic community. So that's kind of where, how my decision went, and why I chose to do it anyway. If there's another initiative, that Autism Speaks wanted to fund, for example, I'm working on an autistic entrepreneurs network. I would take the money in order to be able to serve my community in the end. Again, as long as they don't have oversight and they're not stopping me from doing things that I want to do. That's my own, I guess, rationale. But I understand it's difficult. It's not like it's a decision I made overnight. Like I said, for me, I was concerned more like, where's my paycheck coming from? My paycheck is coming from Giant Steps and not from Autism Speaks. And that's kind of how I have made that disconnect in that sense. Yeah, it's tough. But yeah, I mean, I hope that it works, that it's something that is beneficial to people, that it's, again, an empowering tool, that the next generation, especially because I said it's going to be used at the school, the next generation of autistic kids will be able to grow up and be a bit more independent and have a bit more understanding of certain things. Because a lot of the times when we end up in jail, it's because of things where we didn't understand some social issue, or nobody talked to us about sharing, let's say, nude pictures, and the age gap between, like, they might be like a 16-year-old and a 21-year-old, and that person was not told that they should not be, it becomes child porn. And it's autistic people are overrepresented in the jail system, in the prison system. So I'm trying to kind of work to prevent that. That's part of this work. And so, I mean, I hope that becomes a powerful tool that is benefit to our community. So Kim asked, how do you convince parents to trust their child, not to control them? I think, it's difficult. Part of, like I said, I also wrote the book, How to Parent Like an Autistic. I feel that we have a lot of strengths as autistic people that I'm hoping neurotypical parents will start to take, because we tend to have closer relationships with our kids. We do tend to give our children more agency and trust as well. And so, the kind of frank conversations that I can have with my son are very, very different from the kind of conversations that I notice other families having with their kids or not having. I try. I mean, you try. A lot of it is just about humanizing. It's about humanizing disability, about reminding people that we are people first, that we're people who have our own minds, and that I'd say there's an issue with a certain type of parent in general who wants to control their children in general, and that's not restricted to just families that have disability in it. It's also trying to do this. It's not going to happen overnight. And then Kim said, sex prison is used to control marginalized people. Absolutely. And way too many Indigenous people are behind bars as well. And that's traumatizing. Absolutely. And of course, if you're at the intersection of disability and Indigenous or BIPOC are overrepresented in general. So, and that, again, that's part of the reason that I'm doing the work that I'm doing. You know, I have two racialized kids, both with disabilities. And I need to make sure that we avoid the school to prison pipeline. Jessica asked, any resources for something like office politics for NDs? So in my other work, I do to some extent do some of that kind of education, but I do it more on the to the NTs in businesses. And having them change, but I want the onus to be on the majority now. I think for far too long, disabled and neurodivergent people have been kind of forced to conform and mask. And, in French, we say, se plier en quatre, like we fold ourselves into four, like to try and fit in. And I'm so tired of us having to be the ones doing that. And so I kind of want to see neurotypical people learning our languages, communicating with us in ways that work with us, and making some of the, doing some of the work to change, to accommodate us. To me, that's the way to make the world accessible. It goes both ways. They have to have a part in it. They can't be sitting there like, oh, well, I'm perfect. I have an NT brain, so I'm not going to change for you. I don't believe in that. So just as much as you'd learn about another culture that you're working with, you can learn about autistic culture, you can learn about disability culture, and you can start to be respectful and learn how we communicate and accept those differences. So yeah, I have a bit of a pushback on that. And Ossington the Bear, I saw Ossington before. But I can't see now because I'm on the Zoom background. Austin, oh, how sweet! Thank you. Yep. Does Ossington like kisses? I'm sorry, I didn't ask first. I have. Oh, it's all blurry. That's so funny. I have a Gudetama. I have a squishy Gudetama, which I love. Got lots of stuff. Oh, he likes kisses? Okay, great. Austin hurts turfs. All right. I'm cool with Ossington then. Oh, it's got a whole YouTube too. I didn't know that. Okay. Oh yeah, so I could actually leave the link. No, I can't. But I can go back into Twitch after, and I can leave the link for the program as well if people want to go and check out the program or share it with your friends. And if you want to find me, I'm very findable on the internet. If you Google Kelly Brown Johnson, you're going to find me. I don't hide. So thank you so much. And in Mohawk, thank you is Niawen. And in Inuktitut, it's how did I forget now? Great job. I forgot what it is in Inuktitut.
All right. So I believe we have Catherine de Mesa next, presenting Imposter Syndrome versus Bad HR, Maximizing Your Job Hunt. Chloe, you told me that Catherine is in the room. Is that correct? Is Catherine ready to go on early? Excellent. Okay, so Catherine de Mesa was scheduled to go on at 4 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Central, 1 p.m. Pacific, but now they're going to be starting their presentation 20 minutes early. So if you folks are ready for that, we will bring Catherine on, presenting Imposter Syndrome versus Bad HR, Maximizing Your Job Hunt. So I'm going to cut my stream here.
All right. Can I turn my camera on? All right. All right. All right. Hello, everyone. I'm Catherine. I'm gonna start this in a second. Yeah, 1 second. All right. I'm gonna take as long as possible since I'm starting like 20 minutes early. So yeah. I believe y'all can see my screen now. So yeah. So this is my little presentation, Imposter Syndrome versus Bad HR. I basically made this whole thing specifically for this conference thing. So, hi. And yeah, so who am I? You're probably wondering who I am. So I'm currently a cybersecurity student at Lone Star College, and I am a Grace Hopper Celebration Student Scholar twice. Yeah, twice. And I also got accepted into Facebook's Above and Beyond CS scholarship, and also as of I think yesterday, I got accepted into Google's computer science research cohort for this fall. So yeah, hi. So of course we have to tell the difference between bad HR and imposter syndrome because both do coexist in the same space. Whether it doesn't really matter what the industry is, it just exists. They just both exist together. And I think all of us have experienced some form of imposter syndrome at some point. And that's basically when you doubt your abilities and doubt what you can do, and you might think you're a total fraud. I've definitely experienced this day to day, so it's definitely not a new concept to me. And bad HR is basically when they are the ones that are basically undermining your abilities, and they kind of just make you feel like crap. And it's sad because you would think that they wouldn't do that, but they do. It's happened. So yeah, and that definitely does suck that they do that, but you know, it's life, sadly. So yeah. And of course, we can't forget the amount of good marketing a lot of bigger companies have. And of course, we've seen, of course, things like SolarWinds hack or whatever back in the fall, I believe, and many other hacks that other companies have had to deal with. And these companies just either like skirt it under the rug, problems like these, or they just completely ignore it. And I see this many, many times, whether it be with a hack or equity inclusion issues, stuff like that. So you really have to watch out and see if these brands and these companies align with you. And of course, regarding imposter syndrome, going back to that, you're definitely not alone. Most of us do feel it, so you're not a black sheep or anything. And I guess like at most bigger companies, it's more prominent or more obvious, I guess you could say. And this whole imposter syndrome term was actually turned in 1978. Now, around this time, a lot of women were actually in tech. And that's when there was, I guess, a huge surge of women being in tech and being programmers and such. And there was a huge study done. And basically what people found out is that they felt like they weren't able enough, or that maybe they just felt like they weren't accomplishing enough. And these are women with merit. They had degrees, they had research papers done, all that good stuff, and they still felt inept. So, if 20, 30 years ago, they felt like that, and they had all these giant things on their name, what does it say about now? And of course, I'm not going to read this whole wall of text, but sometimes you do have to screen your companies, like I said before. So basically, this is a thing I came across, I believe, in August. And it was a mentorship program or something. Obviously, I didn't sign up because that's silly. But I just came across them. Basically, you have to pay a bunch of money up front, and then you either get to do like a payment plan or something like that. And you spend like 3 months? Yeah, 3 months doing it, and it's just a bunch of buffoonery. And I guess like it didn't really help you in the end. It was just like a money mill or something. So yeah. And of course, I saw this. Was it June? Yeah, I saw in like June. I saw this in June or July, and I found it funny because it's kind of true. And most of us might think, "Oh, it's not true," but it is. I've definitely seen postings or whatever positions listed with similar context. Like honestly, like if you are seeing something like this, please don't apply. Save yourself the trouble. And of course, I'm not going to read this whole thing either, but basically, this is HR laziness right here. They spelled IT manager wrong, and basically you're doing like 3 departments work in one. So yeah, again, save yourself the trouble. And of course, I have to state this. It's kind of obvious, I think, but HR supports the business. It's part of their job. And supposedly they're supposed to put butts in seats, but it's regarding quality, I guess that's subjective because there's really not really that much of a measurement of that, I guess. Well, there is, but there isn't, but it's more subjective than anything, I think. But again, there are red and green flags to watch out for if you're the candidate. So the red flags are, some of them at least, some of the red flags are they won't talk salary or benefits if you ask, or if they do, it's really low, like really low pay. And another big thing I noticed is that they'll put you in a sales position instead of a technical. So, for example, say you apply for an IT job or something, they'll redirect you towards one of their IT sales positions or something. And another big flag is high turnover. So if they're constantly like having people turn over every few months, that's kind of a concern. And additionally, they will like a good rule of thumb, I guess, is to have a verbal offer. Always have it written down, whether it be email or within their own system or what have you. And also, another red flag is on-site everything. Like I love to see candy bars and fully stocked kitchens and stuff like that. That's all nice, but I think Kim actually said this earlier in the stream. You want to have your own work-life balance. You want to have your own home, your own time, right? And if your free time rolls into your work, it's kind of concerning. Just saying. So, okay, enough negativity. Let's get to the green flags. So, one of the biggest green flags is having full transparency of your salary and your benefits during the interview. And that includes equity, stock options, benefits, healthcare and all that. They should be transparent about that. Some companies will be kind of obvious, but you still want to have that conversation. And of course, unless you're a software engineer interviewing, I believe it should probably be 2 or 3 rounds max. And it's my personal belief that even if you're a software engineer interviewing, it should probably be that too. But that's for another day. And of course, unless you're an IT manager, they will also let you clock out on time. You should probably work your 7 or 8 hours and call it a day. Because again, you should be able to have your own time. And also, you should negotiate your salary. The worst they can say is no, or the worst they can probably say is oh, we have to say around this listed salary, which is totally fine. Unless they're, of course, lowballing you, but they should at least allow for some negotiation. And of course, again, have an open conversation. Make sure that they were able to do at least some negotiating. And if they're lowballing you from the start and they're not allowing you to budge, that's kind of sad because, especially if they're in a bigger company or whatever, they should allow for negotiating. And of course, I am definitely one to say this because for me, like, I like to compare myself to other people, especially those like on Twitter with like blue check marks and stuff, and those that are like with a lot of followers. But a good way to test your skills is make your own measure of success. You're on your own pathway. You're on your own journey, and you have to understand that. And there's nothing wrong with that, actually. Like, I know for me, I feel like I'm not ahead of the game or whatever, but you do have to have your own measure of success, even if it takes you a few more months than, say, your best friend or something on a cert or whatever. Like, still, make your own measure of success. And another good thing is to network with people. That's one of the best ways you can gain a support system and gain like study buddies. So say you're studying for a cert, you can go to different Discord or Slack servers and be like, hey, like I'm studying for example, the CCNA or something. Then you can see who else is studying for that or who studied for it before. And see if you can get advice or, another good method is, of course, I believe Hackbox is a sponsor of this conference, which is great. Props to them. Like a really great thing is to hack rooms on Hack the Box or Try Hack Me, and also attend Capture the Flags. Those are really great ways on practicing your skills. And even if you don't know at first, what I like to do is watch YouTube videos on old boxes that people hacked, just to see like the experience that they did. And then I like to try my own after that. And of course, again, work-life balance. You don't have to do like 5 hours a day because that's ridiculous. Make sure to just manage your time and make a schedule. I remember like back in middle school we had planners, and that really helped me like manage my time between like classes and lunch and all that. So yeah. And of course, I'm not going to do like a full resume like review today because that's like a lot of time. But a really good tip that I learned is for myself, I realized that I need to list impact and numbers that I helped a company reach and not job responsibilities, because HR might not know all the technical roles and all the technical responsibilities, but they do know like how you've impacted a company's progress. And a really big thing I've seen, like I believe I saw it like last week, there's a debate on this on Twitter. A lot of people think, just like list 3 or 4 plus pages or something. Honestly, like unless you're like constantly speaking at conferences and like unless you're constantly in scholarships or something, I would like list the jobs you've had and like make it 1 to 2 pages max, something like that. List the bare bones basic, because most recruiters are going to get lazy and they're not going to read past a few lines. I don't know why, but that's just reality. So yeah, try and stick to like middle pages. And my word of advice that I stick to for myself is, why do you prove yourself that much? If you need to prove yourself that much and you're worth that much to companies and HR and all that, like that's just so much effort, And also, again, on the networking thing that I mentioned earlier, ask for feedback. See if, you can get people or mentors to help you craft your resume. So yeah. And of course, I actually got some examples for this. This is a localization specialist. Basically, they translate web pages and stuff like that for the products. And that's pretty much most of their job, I believe. And as you can see, she's doing all these responsibilities like IT, localization, marketing, blah, blah, blah. And of course, this is me. This is one of the jobs I had. And I crafted a story and I made sure the impact was in the story. I made it short and sweet to the point. And of course, some of this is redundant, but I decided to just put it there simply for crafting the story. So yeah. So Company X won't hire me, but will hire this dumb mean dude. But is he actually mean? And if he is, shame on him. And that is another sad case in the industry, is that there are a lot of douchebags in the industry, and that's definitely true. But you don't know who is hired, and you don't know, even if you don't know if he's really a douchebag unless you know him personally. But of course, like I said, there's a double standard in tech where you personally have to be better than perfect in the weak sauce dude. Whether you're like say woman in tech or disabled in tech or whatever, I count as both. And it's like super sad and it's just exhausting because you have to do all this effort to seem normal or seem whatever. And it's just, you get the point. And all these, not all these, but a lot of people, like the weak sauce dude I mentioned, oftentimes have connections and wealth and all of that. So with all that being said, is there a solution to bad HR? I personally don't think there's one solution. But what we can do for ourselves is research companies, whether it be on Twitter or Glassdoor or whatever, and see if their values align with ours and if it's not tolerable enough because a company that we can actually thrive into. And there, of course, good marketing. There's a lot of good marketing that these companies have. So we have to look past the hype, look past the camaraderie and see, they're good for us. An example, we might all Google stuff for our job, for example, Stack Overflow if you're a software engineer or something else. But would we work at Google for our job just because we Google online all the time? Probably not. I know I'm stupid for saying that because I'm in one of Google's programs, but just an example. And of course, you can say no. You can actually say no during the interview process or once you get an acceptance, or you can actually say no. And it's okay. So of course, not all of us can afford all these cool, neat tools and resources and stuff all the time. Either because they're paying for all their stuff or college or what have you. So for me, what I did is I'm currently crafting several repos on GitHub for free resources or whatever. And you can check that out, his Xcoder side. And of course, Free Code Camp. They also, on their YouTube channel, they also have a bunch of neat tutorial videos on different things, which is great because I never knew until this year about that. And this is legit. This deals at clicktohouston.com. And Click to Houston is a news site. And I believe they also have a channel on cable. And they always have deals on computers and IT, not software, but IT resources and stuff like that. And Professor Messer, can't miss him. Professor Messer, I believe, is free. And he's amazing. He is just 5 stars in my book. And of course, Trace Labs, they often have CTFs on open source intelligence, stuff like that. And they're just amazing. So yeah. And of course, you can always follow me. Here's my website, katiesci.com, and my Instagram and Twitter, katiesci, and again, my GitHub is xcodersci. So yeah. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. I'm gonna look at the chat right now. Give me a second. All right. Okay, sorry, I was on mute. All right. So CTF presentation tips. Let's see. So for me, like what I like to do or like think about, I guess, is like if you're a beginner, you're definitely most likely not going to be right or like make top 5 or whatever the first time, which is totally okay. But what I do is if you can't afford to take it, for example, see if there's like live streams online of CTFs or whatever, and see what the top 5 see what the top 5 people do or teams or whatever, and also see where you went wrong with the CTFs and move on from there. And my Twitter handle, let me share my screen again. Screen share. Okay, there we go. Here's my information. I gotta make it bigger. There we go. All right. Great questions. Oh, Austin and the Bear. Aw. Yeah, I think I've interacted with him like a few times. And he's just like so cute and so amazing. I saw him like earlier in the stream today, actually. Um, funny enough, I did have like a duck doll, and I did, like years ago, and I had this little like inside joke with my friend. He like me and my friend used to joke about that, and Austin and the Bear always reminds me of that. And yeah, like honestly, I don't like TERFs either, So it's weird that Ossington actually supports people on the spectrum, LGBTQ plus spectrum. Aw. Well, tell him. Oh, by the way, tell Ossington I love him too. But yeah, thank you for having me. Aw, you're welcome. Y'all have trans stuffed animals? Oh, that's adorable. You're welcome, by the way, everyone. Thank you for having me. All right.
All right. So I'm turning on my video and audio feed. So our next presentation is pre-recorded. I know this is super early, but it's better to be running early than running late. Running late is incredibly stressful. So we have a pre-recorded presentation coming up from Florian Bejer's Hacking Blind on hacking with a screen reader. And honestly, I know absolutely nothing about making computers accessible for blind people. So I am going to pay close attention to Florian's presentation, and I'm going to be learning with the rest of you folks. I think it's real. I mean, I already knew about screen readers. Screen readers make the web and other internet services accessible for blind people, which is one of the reasons, for instance, why we should be creating alt text whenever we post an image into something. I try to use alt text on Twitter as much as possible. I try to use alt text on Hack the Box's blog because, I'm kind of in charge of Hack the Box's blog. And for as long as I'm in charge of Hack the Box's blog, I use alt text in our images. So, but other aspects of making computer technology accessible to blind people, honestly, I'm not too knowledgeable about that. So, Chloe, you're ready to hit the play button on Florian's presentation. Hacking Blind, excellent. So I'm going to fade out here, and then after Florian's presentation, I will give all of you a closing talk. Thank you very much, folks.
What you're hearing right now is a screen reader. A screen reader is a tool that can essentially read you the screen. That's what it does. It only parses text content. It doesn't parse images, not properly at least. It will depend on some kind of image description in order to know what's on the image. We'll get to that in a moment when I when I happen to get to that. This is the other screen reader. This is eSpeak. This is Speak Up on the Kali Linux side that we're currently looking at. This is the Kali Linux rolling release text console that I have open in a virtual machine currently. And what we're seeing is essentially just an empty console right now. I'm going to do some small showings in a little bit here, but let me first tell you who I am. My name is Florian Beijers. I am from the Netherlands,
Chloe,
and
are you ready to
have pretty much always been interested in computers.
I'm gonna.
It's been an interesting journey so far. It's been fun mostly because I just started as a programmer. I started programming when I was 10. I would do some HTML, I would do some Python, I'd do some C#, and then there was always fictionally this thing that I was fascinated by called computer hackers, even back then. I read The Cuckoo's Eggs by Clifford Stoll, and I read Little Brother by Cory Doctorow. All these stories as I went through my, I guess, formative years, and computer hacking seemed to be this interesting thing that people were doing, and technically it should be accessible because it's mostly command lines, but then I heard from people that it really wasn't all that accessible. You couldn't really do very much, and there was other stuff going on, and it was just like a lot of data you had to sift through really quickly, and screen readers wouldn't be good at that. So that always sort of kept me back. It was a bit of a gatekeep, as it were. I always sort of had the idea that it wasn't doable. You couldn't be a blind computer hacker. For context, I am fully blind. I don't actually have any sight apart from light perception, which is very much useless in an engagement, I would say. But at some point, towards the end of 2020, that idea of it not being accessible purely because of the fact that I was blind became somewhat offensive. Security should be a thing that anyone can do.
I see what you did there. ZDRSIX Chinese symbol KLI dollar.
A+ for joke, F for delivery. All right, let's move on. Live recordings, gotta love them. So anyway, what's funny about this whole thing is that I landed with the right people at the right moment. I managed to get myself into Try Hack Me, and I decided, you know what, let's just try it. Let's see how far I can get with this. Let's see if I'm able to properly do this whole hacking thing, this cybersecurity, infosec, all these terms that I'd always heard, and I wanted to be a part of it. So that's what I started doing. And as you can tell from that, I started doing this whole thing about a couple of months ago. So I'm by no means professional super hacker of any sort. Maybe I will be at some point, but I'm not yet. And mostly when this CFP came in for the call for presentations for this DisInfosec conference, what I wanted to do was essentially two things. I wanted to essentially emit a clarion call saying, hey, we are here and we'd like to participate. And on the other hand, I'd like to put people who were in my position and thought this just wasn't possible into essentially a fast track, know what not to try, know what to try. And by doing the second, I'm kind of hoping to do the first. So if I point out a potential pain point, I'm hoping that awareness will be created for that pain point to not exist anymore or not happen again. And there is a few really interesting pain points where I can actually show that off or tell you about it. So, and essentially, when you want to start with cybersecurity, a lot of it is, you need to find the right resources. That's not a thing that just plagues blind people. That's a thing that plagues everybody. Everybody needs to know what to use from the abundance of guides and tutorials and all sorts of other things that are out there. And there's a lot. There's a lot of videos and there's a lot of books and all sorts of other things, boot camps, you name it. And finding your way through all the clutter can be tricky. When you want it to be accessible, even more so. Because particularly video courses are very hit and miss where that's concerned. Video tutorial creators like to use demonstratives a lot. So you'll be watching a course and someone will go, well, if I click here and do this, then that will happen. And then we just paste this here. And now you can see that it works. And you've completely lost your screen reader viewer because they have no idea what you just did. Another fun one is, let me just type this command here. And we have no idea what was typed. Audio description, I didn't actually type anything. There's nothing on the screen. So that is a problem, and that makes people wary of the field. People think, like me, that it's just not doable. It's not worth investing time and energy and money into. And I didn't like that. I wanted to see if I could do anything to make that easier. And essentially, that's what I've been doing ever since. What I've found is that, a lot of the time you are the problem. You're essentially pointing out that the interface that seemed to work for everybody now suddenly isn't good enough. And people don't like it when you tell them that. People don't like it when you tell them that the interface that they've already toiled on is just not working for a particular group. And that can essentially come out in various different ways. Essentially, what I'm saying very gently when I make up a request to say, look, I can't use your application. The underlying message is I'm currently being discriminated against because this application is not accessible. And obviously, usually that's not intended. It's not, people don't deliberately make their stuff inaccessible. People just don't know. And that's a big issue, not just in cybersecurity land, as it were, but also in web and in just software development in general. People don't get educated on accessibility at all. So more often than not, people either didn't know and want to help, but don't know how, or just were never taught that this was even a thing. And now suddenly there's this person who says that their stuff doesn't work. It's weird. And I get that. That's why I'm doing these kinds of presentations, these kinds of learnings to give people a bit of a starting point to see why sort of digging into this and educating yourself on these kinds of things is important. A really cool example I can give for that is the Kali Linux OS itself, because for a long time it had this bug where if you were to use the speech-assisted install, which it does have, in order to essentially independently install your operating system, it would not let you actually use the screen reader once it was installed. There was no screen reader that was installed when you used the speech-assisted install. And that's an easy mistake to make. I guess nobody just tested this, or no one was aware that this was even broken. But it is a serious issue because at that point you've installed your OS and you can't use it. You need to actually figure out some bamboozle way to get your screen reader that you thought you already had installed on a machine that you can't currently use. And it's certainly possible. The way I did it was I had it in a virtual machine, so I could use a technique called optical character recognition, which essentially snaps a picture of the screen, and then you can sort of, by what you know of your computer, you can tell where you are and what commands you're typing. It's very laborious and very slow. But yeah, I managed to get Kali Linux installed. I managed to get it working, and I managed to get it talking. And the second issue that I often see, which I unfortunately didn't really run into, but others might, is that the volume, at least on VM copies, but also I've seen this on bare metal, is at 0 by default for some reason. It's a thing that Kali Linux or Pulse Audio or something does. And what that means is that even if you have a screen reader running,
Reading Punk 4,
you will not be able to actually hear what it says, which is hilarious because then you get this sort of Matrushka puzzle where you do the one thing and you think it's working, and then it's not yet because this other thing is also broken. And it's an extremely hostile experience for people who just maybe aren't super tech savvy, don't have the patience or the time or the know how to fix these things. And they'll just throw down the keyboard and walk off to just decide that it's not worth doing. And we can't really blame them. Fortunately, that was fixed this year. I know I saw this in a recent Kali Linux release notes update. I think it was for 21.1, where it says that that's apparently now fixed. I haven't tested this, but I'll take their word for it for now. But yeah, this highlights one of the issues that is a bit rampant in getting this to sort of flow properly, and that is that a screen reader is only aware of its own OS. You can't It can't interpret streams of say bitmaps or just images or video from another machine. You can't just VNC into another machine and have it work. That's just not how screen readers work. They only know how to deal with text content, and text content that's coming from their own APIs, from their own operating system. They don't have access to the either remote machine or virtual machine. So the remote machine, if you want to use it effectively, needs to have a screen reader as well. And obviously that's almost never going to happen. So there's a couple of ways around that. You could literally, a la reverse shell, download a portable copy of a screen reader that has a remote access thing enabled to the target machine. Obviously very sneaky and very stealthy, because the computer will literally start talking to the person. But that's one way of doing it. I didn't try it at the time. What I did was, for example, for the Eternal Blue exploit that TryHackMe has you do, and I wrote a write-up about this on my blog at florianbyers.xyz. What I did was I OCR'd the screen all throughout, typing the somewhat laboriously tricky command to wget a shell from my attack machine, so I could shell in and do it from there. At that point, I had access to my actual attack box, which was running a screen reader. So in that sense, I could make it work. But it was not nice. It wasn't a very pleasant experience, which I have since found some better ways for. There's an NVDA add-on called Lion, which essentially automatically OCRs the screen every so many seconds and gives you the delta on what text has changed, which is quite useful for this kind of thing. Another place where that's useful is when I've done this to fix a bare metal Kali Linux machine, where you use a capture card from HDMI to USB-C in order to stream the screen of the other computer to your OCR-capable Windows machine. And that was a whole bunch of technobabble for people who don't really care about how to do certain things. But like I said, I want to highlight just how laborious the workarounds sometimes have to be in order to get us off the ground and spinning our wheels. And by creating that awareness, I'm hoping that people will think a little bit more before they release something and make sure that it works better. I found that actually, once I point out these things, particularly the open source tools, people are usually very good at following up. I actually did a pull request myself to ZAttack proxy to fix some of the things that were in the what do they call it? The HUD that they use, the HUD that you can use to from a browser control some of the basic functions of the ZAttack proxy. And the reason I even reached out to ZAttack proxy is because Burp Suite is completely inaccessible. You can't use Burp Suite at all. It's you can read some of it, and you can certainly tab around and click things, but it's very laborious and it's not productive. You cannot use this on a proper engagement, which is a shame because it's an because it's an industry standard tool. A lot of people use this tool, and same goes for Immunity Debugger, which is not accessible either, unfortunately. Even its remote debugger is completely useless because it'll do the things on the remote GUI, but it will not actually give you any results of what the operation did. I haven't really found a proper way to fix that yet for buffer overflow attacks. WinDebug works, kind of. But obviously that's a little bit more involved than just having immunity with Mona working. So that's one way you could do it if someone who's watching this would like to try buffer overflow attacks. You'll want to use WinDebug. That's the only tool I found so far that works well. And yeah, these are things that are just really raise the threshold for people to even come into the field. This is what people get fired over. If an industry standard tool isn't accessible for whatever reason, then you can't use the tool, and that means that you can't do what your colleagues are doing, which means your boss might not be very happy with you. Neither will your colleagues. I am a developer by trade. That's what I've been doing for the last 6 years. And even there, this comes up all the time. Unfortunately, it's not something you can really dodge around. Let people use their own tools is definitely something that I would recommend for anyone who's willing to hire people with a screen reader, because that is so important for people to actually get off the ground. even if they have to use, say, Windows in a virtual machine for some of the tools, or the other way around. Maybe Kali is in a virtual machine and Windows is also on the virtual network. That will probably give them a much better experience, because currently screen readers on Windows are quite a bit more mature than the ones on Linux, which is a shame, but certainly true. So complex UIs, like I said, Zetactech proxy will just work better on Windows. It's just the ugly truth of it. So that means, given Windows is sufficiently hardened, a blind pen tester should be allowed to use both their Windows as well as their Kali machine to do their best work. And that's not negotiable. That's necessary. Because if that's not allowed, then this person cannot do their job. And yes, I realize that's tricky, but it's also something we can't currently change. Unless, a whole bunch of people start contributing to the accessibility of these tools on Linux, the screen reader on Linux, and all these other things, that's not going to change anytime soon. And bringing your own tools remains extremely important until this day because of that reason. That is most of what I had for you today. I would like to end off with a couple of demos of what happens when you don't do this right. This is where the screen reader comes in. So what's funny is that you can actually test this out pretty quickly, and unfortunately this one's fixable, but even in command line windows, where people think, blind people use the command line because it's all text-based. That's true. But that also means that things like that things of various natures can happen that are very spammy. Unfortunately, one other industry standard tool, Metasploit, suffers from this. I'm going to type MSF console. And let's just hear what it does when we run that tool.
Starting the Metasploit framework console / starting the Metasploit framework console, starting the Metasploit framework console, starting the Metasploit framework console, starting the Metasploit framework console / starting the Metasploit framework console, starting the Metasploit framework console, starting the Metasploit.
I know it yet. Figured. And unfortunately, you can turn this off in Metasploit, but there are command line tools that are extremely spammy. They'll have a banner, or they'll have symbols or ASCII art to align things, which a screen reader cannot skip over. We have to hear the entire line again and again and again. We can't just read half of the rightmost half of the line. If this is there, it's going to be there every single line. And if there's no way to turn that off, obviously you can try to grab it out if it's just like a one-time command. But if it's an interactive command line tool, think a Joplin, for example, where you just have to use keys and keystrokes within the actual program, then you can't grab it out. This is going to get in your way. And on Windows, at least, this is a problem. You can't use Joplin on Windows effectively because in the terminal app, it's going to just throw a whole bunch of what it calls symbols at you. It'll just say symbol, 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 which obviously just slows you down terribly and just is not very effective. And this is where I would like to end off and give a plea to people who do make these kinds of tools. Make sure that just give it one run through with your screen reader. You can get it for free from pretty much any package manager if you have GNOME installed. And just try it. See what it does. See if it reads at all aggravatingly. And if it does, see if you can add an option to make that less of a problem. And for big GUI makers, like Burp Suite, Community, things like that, Portswigger, I say we're in 2021. Do better. That's literally all I have to say.
We are anonymous. We are Legion. We're coming.
Thanks, everybody.
All right. So yes, I am on the stream, I believe. All right. I learned a lot from that presentation. First of all, we learned from Florian's presentation a lot of tips about how to make our computer documents and applications more accessible to blind people, people who use screen readers, because if you put in a lot of extraneous stuff, the screen reader doesn't read it properly and it just becomes annoying, or has more mentions in the Twitch chat. It sounds kind of like funky vaporwave or a hacker anthem or something. But either way, it could be really distracting to a blind person who is interacting with an application through a screen reader. So yeah. So Cat Sweet, really appreciate Florian's presentation too. I think we definitely learned a lot. It would be great if people who designed applications could test them with a screen reader whenever and however that's applicable. And blind people are definitely a group of disabled people who get overlooked when it comes to making computer applications, web applications, documents accessible. I was really glad when Twitter and some other social media platforms integrated an alt text feature. But of course, people have to enter their own alt text, and a lot of people don't. I would recommend whenever you post a picture on social media, if you can provide alt text, that would be really useful. So I think we underestimate how many hackers and other sorts of computer geek-like people are blind. So it's really good to, I've been running an online event for several hours fatigue. That's okay. I still got more of these. Rain Energy is our unofficial sponsor of DisInfosec. Our official sponsors, because this is our closing chat, by the way, folks. So our official sponsors, I'd like to thank them first of all. I really enthusiastically like to thank MongoDB. Lena Smart at MongoDB approached me out of the blue. We weren't looking for corporate sponsors. And through Lena, MongoDB just kind of landed on our doorstep. So I was familiar with MongoDB before. They make database software which runs mobile applications. So they're one of these technology providers that maybe consumers don't see on the surface, but they're really, really important when it comes to the nuts and bolts of how applications run. So big thank you to MongoDB. Their sponsorship money went toward paying our video stream director, Chloe, who has been doing an absolutely stellar job. However much work running DisInfosec 2021 was for me, it was less work than running the first DisInfosec event in 2020, because I was able to pay Chloe for her work, and she has been doing an absolutely excellent job. You see the overlay and all those other graphics, that's Chloe's work. So big round of applause for Chloe. I strongly recommend that you follow her gaming Twitch channel at twitch.tv/FlyingKaida. That's FLYINGKAIDA. So MongoDB is our first corporate sponsor. And then I was chatting to my coworkers at Hack the Box this week about DisInfosec. And I work for Hack the Box's marketing department as their blog manager. And then all of a sudden, my friend Sodi, who also works for Hack the Box's marketing department, said, "Hey, Kim, why don't we give out some VIP Plus memberships?" And so, Hack the Box did not have to do that. So big round of applause to Hack the Box. They're my employer, and they are the premier online penetration testing training platform. You can learn how to be a master hacker if you get involved with Hack the Box. We've got a really strong Hack the Box community that also my friend Sodi runs on Discord and on our forums. We have our paid VIP and VIP Plus programs. We have a lot of free content on our site as well. We have our HTB Academy, which has all kinds of courses in all kinds of areas of cybersecurity. Many of them are offensive, so pen testing related, but we're also introducing some defensive courses and some general cybersecurity courses as well. And I actually have been developing an HTB Academy course, which will be out pretty soon. I'm not going to tell you exactly what it's about. I'm going to wait until those of us at the marketing department are ready to market it. But yeah, just a heads up. One of the upcoming Hack the Box Academy courses was developed by myself. We're constantly developing new HTB Academy courses. And we've got lots of different people who are developing courses on all kinds of stuff. So we are always expanding what we're doing at Hack the Box, teaching cybersecurity, conducting cybersecurity training in as many ways as we can. So Hack the Box became a sponsor of DisInfosec kind of at the last minute, but we really, really, really appreciate their support. Thanks to Hack the Box, every single presenter has been given a VIP Plus membership and a 25-pound Hack the Box swag card that they can use for Hack the Box merch. So, and then we ran a contest for DisInfosec attendees. And yes, we do indeed have 6 winners, 6 people who have won VIP Plus memberships. You folks will find out whether or not you won in the next couple of days. I will make sure to email each and every person who entered the contest so you'll know whether or not you won. If you did win, then you'll be given a code that you can use to access your VIP Plus membership. And that's for 1 year. So you get 1 year of Hack the Box training, which is worth about $200 US or about 150 pounds. So that's going to really help you start your journey as a professional hacker. And people who do well with our programs do often get placed into jobs. We do at Hack the Box help connect hackers with good employers. So this could be the start of a lucrative cybersecurity career for you folks. So I'm really proud to be a part of a company that does really cool stuff like that. So thank you to Hack the Box as well. Thank you so much to MongoDB. Thank you so very much, Chloe. You have been doing an absolutely awesome job. She has been working so hard throughout the event. The work that Chloe did wasn't just during the event. She was working hard a few weeks leading up to the event, planning everything and preparing everything. So big round of applause to Chloe. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank each and every presenter. We've had some really, really great talks here. Sometimes there were some technical difficulty surprises, but we tried to land on our feet. This event might be ending a little bit early. It was scheduled to end at 5:20 p.m. Eastern, 4:20 p.m. Central, 2:20 p.m. Pacific, but we might be ending half an hour early. But you know what? Running early, finishing early is better than running late. So I'm glad that we had a little extra room in our presentation to give people a little bit of extra time if they needed it for their presentations. We've had some absolutely stellar talks here. Thank you, Rodrigo Ferreira. Thank you, Larissa Breton. Thank you, Kieran Oliver. Thank you, Jess Schultz. That was great. Jessica Tubbs, Kat Sweet. Thank you, Catherine de Mesa, Florian Beigers. We got some really awesome talks here. My friend Maura just started a Discord group for DisInfosec. So I will update our website, disinfosec.tech, with that information if you want to participate in the Discord channel. I don't know if it's going to be used very much for much of the year, but who knows? You folks might surprise me. DisInfosec will be an event that runs one day, once a year. Our first event was in July 2020. DisInfosec 2021 is taking place September 2021 because I had like so many things going on in my life this summer. I had books that I was writing. I had my new job at Hack the Box. I had a lot of different professional responsibilities to juggle. I had my cyber threat intel research, but I managed to schedule DisInfosec 2021 during a time that I had time to prepare that. So we will definitely be having a DisInfosec 2022 that will tentatively take place in September 2022. I think September is now going to be the month that we have DisInfosec, not July. So if you want to present at next year's event, it's open to anyone who is self-identified as disabled, who has something to say about cybersecurity, whether or not you've ever worked in the industry. So if you want to find out when next year's call for presentations is, please go to our website, disinfosec.tech. There is a mailing list, there's an email list that you can sign up, so you don't have to check the website constantly. So go on our website at disinfosec.tech and you can find out how to sign up for our email list. Also, if you follow the DisInfosec Twitter, that's at twitter.com/DISINFOSEC. You can also find out then when our call for presentations is open. I always give like at least a 6-week, 2-month window for calls for presentation. So when we announce our CFP for DisInfosec 2022, you won't have to panic like, oh no, I only have a few days to submit. No, you've got lots of time. This event is getting better and better each year. This year's event was already better because we had Chloe's help. Chloe was a huge help. Chloe knows what she's doing when it comes to video streams a lot better than I do. So thank you very much, Chloe. Thank you, MongoDB. Thank you, Hack the Box. Thank you to our presenters. And do I have anything else to say? Yeah, go buy my book if you want to buy my book. And please, if you can afford to do so, please go to disinfosec.tech to find out how you can support the disabled people we're raising money for this year. So they would really appreciate your support. I was able to also support them with some of MongoDB's money and some of my own, but any bit of help that you can give our friends, I would greatly appreciate it. I am just so overwhelmed that DisInfosec has had such a positive reception in the community. I mean, I wasn't even looking for corporate sponsors and they just kind of showed up on my doorstep. Chloe has been a big help. I was trying to hire a sign language interpreter because I know that having a sign language interpreter is much better accessibility for deaf people than live captions. Live captions, which are often inaccurate. But I was looking for a video stream director and a sign language interpreter at the same time. No one applied for the sign language interpreter job, no one. And I was ready to pay them several $100s for a day's work. So we'll try to have a sign language interpreter next year. If you can spread the word, if you can ask around and see if someone's willing to be our sign language interpreter for next year's event, I would really appreciate it. It's a paid position. British Sign Language or American Sign Language. I know that there are lots of different sign languages, but either British Sign Language or American Sign Language will at least make our event accessible for a large percentage of deaf people. So some sign language is better than no sign language. We tried our best with the live captions, but I know it's a very imperfect solution. So look out for our CFP next year. If Chloe is is willing to do the video stream directing for next year's event, I would be more than happy to have her work for next year. She's done an absolutely stellar job. Please check out her Twitch channel at twitch.tv/FlyingKaida. That's FLYINGKAIDA. She streams a lot of really interesting games, and she is really friendly. And I subscribe to her channel now. So, so we've had a lot of people watching. We've had a lot of great presenters. One final note: over the next week or so, I'm going to take the entire presentation. I'm going to cut it into lots of individual YouTube videos and upload them individually to my YouTube channel. So please follow our Twitter account or sign up for our mailing list, and you'll find out when those YouTube videos will be available, so that people can enjoy these talks whenever, so they don't have to have attendance a day to enjoy the event. Yeah, so I don't have anything else to say. DisInfosec 2022 will definitely be happening, probably September 2022. You folks have been an absolutely wonderful audience. Thank you so very much. I'll thank MongoDB again. I'll thank Hack the Box again, and I'll thank our lovely presenters again. And yeah, so it's 4:41 p.m. Eastern, it's 3:41 p.m. Central, and it's probably 1:41 p.m. Pacific. But I am going to be signing off now. I need to collect some spoons, and I need to have a bit of a break now. So thank you very much, everyone. I think Chloe needs a break too. So you folks have been an absolutely wonderful audience. Winners and other people who entered the contest will find out very soon whether you've won or not. And yeah, follow the DisInfosec Twitter. Check out Maura Darby's DisInfosec Discord. We're going to be sharing the link to that, and sign up for our mailing list, disinfosec.tech. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you. It's been great. 3, 2, 1, we're off.